G'day, guys. Another Sunday. I'm still waiting on Jared, so he won't be too far away. He's preparing his steak or something like that along those lines. We were both enjoying Bart's entertaining Bart versus, Bart-Kay. That was funny. Yes. So, yeah, I didn't realize he was going to do anything because I'd actually scheduled this. I think it was Thursday night or something like that. So, g'day, Deborah. Yeah, g'day, Pim. So, yeah, I didn't realize I should have probably asked Bart because I sort of encroached into his regular time. So I came back from the 12 o'clock to 11 o'clock. I sort of, because I've got about 4 hours to go before I get a reset on StreamYard. So I said I'll just do 4 hours and just do it. But I'll still do that, get it out of the way until it, go right through until it actually, I'm nearly, at the 4 hours sort of thing. So no, it was interesting. It's good fun to sort of have those chats and stuff like that with people, and to sort of point out a lot of this sort of stuff. I mean, but it's the guys are really amusing, and it's nice to see some people in that community at least that are not so bent and weird and stuff like that, that basically have, don't, want to literally pull up the drawbridge and not communicate or interact with anyone, which can be, there can be hostility. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, we're all humans, we're all trying to, work out what works and what doesn't. We're all trying to tweak our lives in different ways. We're all trying to make sense of, what's happening around us and the surroundings. Others, have got more information than others, and some of it, even those who have, it's not necessarily the best information or the appropriate information. But at the end of the day, I mean, you sort of need to be a bit lighthearted about life, there's plenty of problems to concern yourself about and worry about all the time, and at the end of the day, we need to basically always remind ourselves that it's a journey. It's a journey, of having a bit of fun, bit of interaction, a few jokes and stuff like that, and never take ourselves too serious. I don't, never have, never will. Because it's very easy to go down that little trap door of becoming a bit too in that regard. Week we're still on sort of semi lockdown. I may be my computer at work was being reset on Friday. I sort of left early. I had lunch with Dad and sort of try to allay some of his concerns and have a bit of a chat and check out and see how well he was, and that's what we have to do with our families, communicate and find out, have they got a good plan in place? If there's a lockdown, have they got sufficient food? Do people have, those little things like, maybe even a small medical kit, for first aid sort of things. You may cut yourself, you may injure yourself or stuff like that. So, and it may be hard to access some of that stuff, so it's really to look at that side of things. It seems every day, things are sort of changing so rapidly when it comes to this virus and, and the way the authorities are sort of reacting or being reactive, to be more precise. I mean, I've been saying right back from the beginning that, we needed to basically, shut down everything really. And had that happened, borders, we were still allowing people to come in through the borders through, not being quarantined immediately. Now they are quarantining them in hotels about bloody time, and, because the thing is, we're devastating our economies. the same time. We can do it for a short amount of time, and that's what should have been done from the outset. But unfortunately, and that's right. It's creating a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, a lot of fear. It's because politicians can't get their fucking act together. They're all over the place. Our Prime Minister in the early days wanted to go to a rugby match. He was more concerned about, that even though he had contact with one of his ministers who had basically come down with the disease. So it's just crazy, in that regard, the sort of stuff that's happened. I mean, we're a bit different in Tasmania. We're an island state, a bit like New Zealand, and you can actually just pull up the drawbridge and just close out anything. But we also had people literally turning up down at the airport in Hobart, and they were just coming through and just being told to fill out a form, and many people were just ignoring it. But at least now there's a bit of pressure there to basically stop all that nonsense and try to get something. I mean, if we can everybody's going to get it to some extent. There's a strong possibility, but my sort of view, sort of to avoid a collapse of the economy as well, was to basically, quarantine just the people that basically had it and just allow the herd immunity to some extent. So I've been vacillating between both opinions. I think you can do that to some extent if you've basically got all the other stuff in place, but they don't seem to have anything in place properly, and that's the problem. It's all over the place. And at the end of the day, you got to limit your exposure. You don't know how your body will react. There have been young kids. I don't know what their condition is, whether their condition is in that regard. I suspect that's Bart and his sort of dietary requirements for the day. And so I'm not sure, what exactly in terms of what they've been talking about. See, and no pizza? Damn. You mean no beer? Just fructose. Okay. Minus the beer and minus the actual, yeah, okay. God, change it, a dietary change. I hope that I know. He's trying to get the fart. Okay. Oh, they're all closed. No pizza. Yeah, that explains everything. Yeah. Oh God, it must be devastating for him. Damn, no pizza around. God, that would be like hell on earth. For his birthday in particular. How's he going to celebrate it properly? Bit of a wind up about it, as you do. In a higher age victim. Oh, yeah. 1 year old to, yeah, exactly. It is mutating. There were 2 strains actually that were detected in China. One got out, but it seems like there may have been a further mutation. So we don't really know, in that regard, so. And the other thing is, a lot of people say, well, who are these people and all that? And I go, well, there is a thing called the privacy rules. You can't basically just put people's names out in that regard, because there is privacy concerns in that regard. It's only when somebody's a criminal and the media considers it as an important thing in terms of for the right for citizens to know about a certain criminal. And the judge may lift, or allow, or in some jurisdictions just allow it to happen. But in most jurisdictions, when it comes to health related things, there is privacy, required by physicians and the media. You just can't blurt people's names out who may have had it and all that, in particular in certain countries where there could be reprisals against those people by their neighbours. So, you know, I mean, those are the sort of factor. Pizza thing's still going. I'll just cycle through a few of these until we hit a question. Yeah, it's good to see Pim here. I mean, usually, I mean, I can understand because she usually has like a long period of time, and you know, you do a live stream and you're tired, you know, and you sort of go, oh, I just want to unwind, and it's just the way it goes in that regard. Yeah, look, it's a bit like you know, we're on semi-lockdown in Tasmania. It's not, you know, fully official, but my work computer's actually been updated, so I can work from home. So probably next week, you know, I'll be shifting home, and I won't be probably going to the office for, you know, some time. There's a couple of us that are going down that path as well. So yeah, I need to sort of still next week transfer something like nearly probably a terabyte of information onto my computer to take it home because of the transmission issues. So yeah, it's going to be, yeah, I don't know how it's going to all work out or how we're going to get stuff. Look, the thing is, a lot of people don't realise is that you know, I know there's been a lot of people on the interwebs. Good to see you, mate. A lot of people on the interwebs that have been, you know, saying that a lot of different things about you know, I think it's real, and I think it's basically a serious thing. And I think the reason why it hit the Northern Hemisphere so severely was because they were coming into the spring, so their vitamin D levels were low. And so that plays a role in itself. Most respiratory, you know, I mean, you can go and look at my vids that I did on the corona, you know, sort of related issues and some of the actual science, some of the and that, and in relation to, you know, gargling, and in relation to vitamin D, because the T cells have got vitamin D receptors. The other thing is some other strategies to basically mitigate, you know, the ACE2, the angiotensin recycling enzyme, receptor with certain things like cadmium, you know, air pollution and stuff like that, smoking, and a few other alcohol as well. You know, so people going out there drinking and smoking, their worries away are actually pushing that receptor. They're upregulating it, which is putting them into a vulnerable position if they do get this virus, that it basically can get into their lungs. So, and you know, and that's the thing, you know, we want to try and inhibit it as much as possible. Now, I've come across a study that was done by a Chinese guy and a Stanford guy. It's not peer reviewed. It's not out there. I accidentally came across the study, and there are a number of herbs and stuff like that. And I will be doing a video tomorrow sometimes. When I'm going to release it, I'm not sure. And it will actually show there's a number of herbs that can be taken natural ways rather than some of these dangerous. I mean, to be honest, I've used it when I was in Asia, when I had either dengue or I wasn't sure whether it was malaria or dengue, and I hadn't get tested, but I was rat shit, and the doctor thought it was malaria, and I actually took those tablets, and you know, at the time, before I flew out of Indonesia and back to Australia, so they didn't kill me, but at the same time, they're quite toxic to the body. So these sort of herbal approaches seem to basically have none of those drug type side effects, but also inhibit the ACE2 receptor. So, you know, that's another way of sort of keeping the viral load. Gargling, with those randomized controlled Japanese studies showed that gargling helps keep that down. So it's really important to consider that. I mean, in terms of 5G, let's look. The problem is it affects the redox potential. That's what it does. Okay, it basically burns through NAD plus, and that's where the issue lies with 5G or any EMF transmissions. You want to keep them down because your redox potential affects how well you can actually deal with assaults from the environment. I mean, you know what I do with nicotinic acid, which is a precursor, which is a vitamin B3 precursor to NAD plus. I mean, you can take NMN, you can take NR and other things like that through this period. You can, I mean, things like pork, things like tuna, things like, tuna's the highest when it comes to B3s, to niacin. The next one is basically chicken and what's the other one? Turkey. And turkey breasts are very high as well. Red meat in general, but not as high as those two. Pork, bacon seems to be higher than other parts of pork for whatever reason. So get your bacon in as your breakfast. So these all help with the redox potential. But remember, even Laszlo Boris, which I've talked about deuterium depletion, same thing. Pork fat tends to have that lower deuterium level compared to many of the other fats, even lower than tallow. So that's another sort of strategy in that regard. But fish as well, even lower than pork in terms of deuterium depletion and redox potential, is really important. So add a bit of some sardines into your diet. And that balances also those animal omegas. Not that I'm really concerned about that. It's only when if omega PUFU is basically a problem if it's in excess and you're to your body's requirements. If it's basically in a sense oxidized or damaged, from being processed and stuff like that, that's where it is. As you know, I'm not very big on the ratios when it comes from animal sources in that regard. There's no real science there. And when you look at different populations around the world, like like we look at the Okinawans, we look at they start pork in the morning and finish pork at night. The Sardinians, many of the Greeks that have consumed pork for years and years in large amounts, and sardines as well. But the thing is, the Okinawans don't consume a lot of fish. That's one thing. They do consume a lot of pork and still have longevity. So, and let's not forget that omega-6s, arachidonic acid is really important for cellular repair and a lot of other things. So, that's an important thing to consider as well. I think animal sourced in the right amounts that are required, the body knows how to regulate all that. It's only when it's oxidized and when you've got oxidized and damaged lipids and stuff like that from inappropriate diets, plant-based diets, that's when it's a problem. That's when even the ratios are a problem, the conversions are a problem, issues. All those things happen really on the SAD diet or a plant-based diet. It doesn't happen on an animal-based diet. So we need to keep that in mind, guys. Now, let me just venture back a bit to see whether I've lost anyone or any other questions. I think it's real. I think the governor's taking advantage of the situation. Yep, that's true. I agree with that entirely. That the government is mismanaging. I mean, in Australia, for instance, a number of things are being violated in terms of constitutional law. I've talked with lawyer friends of mine in terms of constitution. They are, but at the end of the day, some of them, there's a bit of an unnecessary evil. The question is, in 12 months' time, are some of these things still going to be in place? That's when, people like ourselves will have to look at constitutional lawyers to basically take on government on these I can understand when they're a necessary evil in some cases, but overreach is never good for any society. I'm a libertarian. I love freedom, and I'm cut deeply. I'm really cut deeply when it comes to this. But at the end of the day, protecting people. I've got a dad that's 85 years old, and I pretty much I shelved my libertarian ideas when potentially he could be at risk, and I may never. I've lost mum. I don't want to lose my dad. Most people would have the same feelings. At the end of the day, we're flesh and bone. We have feelings, and some of these sort of legalistic or whatever. While it's good to basically have a strong opinion on these things. At the end of the day, there's also, human side, and those concerns that we all have in that regard. We've allowed to go out in our near environment. Yeah, look, I know it's a problem. The overreach restrictions, Pim, is a big problem. And the thing is, vitamin D is really important. Fresh air is really important to basically keep you healthier and stronger. So, I hope that further restrictions aren't put temporarily. I know that in Australia, they're bringing in the military in order to police people that have flown in that regard. I'd be concerned if that was extended any further than that. Truly, that would really, when it comes to constitutional side of things, would really be a massive violation in that regard. So people are walking and biking everywhere now. Look, it's good as long as look, it's important that people get out, but at the same time, distance as well. We're living in very unusual times, and it's really easy to take any position really harsh, but it's, at the same time, there's a lot of people that are potentially can die, and it's a big problem, and I know we're all scared, there's a lot of issues. Harry, I have a friend over here. He's finally fixed his digestion after years on carnivore. He managed to get access to raw milk. I'm happy for him. Yep. Look, exactly. Raw milk's good. It's got a lot of, enzymes in it. It's got proteolytic enzymes, which are really good for the body, and many other things. And we've discussed those before. I won't go into it in any depth at this stage. Scalar energy products, pyramid necklace, etc., for EMF protection. No science whatsoever. At the end of the day, vitamin B3 is more important for redox potential, and NAD plus. That's what gets I did a thing with Luke in regards to EMFs, and showed quite clearly, when it comes to heat shock proteins and all the other sort of stuff, ionization, all the actual radiation induced, zero. There was no real statistical proof of that. Where the problem lies is basically with EMFs is that the actual blue light component in the evening, which is one. So that's where you need to protect yourself in the evening, limit the exposure to the blue light frequencies at night. And the other thing is, in terms of redox potential, the ability for your body to basically, generate energy and repair itself and all that. And really, because you've got that cycling of NADH and NAD plus, that you really have to consider in terms of the energy production loss that happens from the depletion by EMFs. That means knocking out that additional electron, So that's where sort of the NAD plus precursors help. But you don't want to overload that. That's the other thing, because remember, there's an efficiency here. There's a sort of a balance. Here he is. G'day, mate. Good to see you.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Just we're just going through some of the related issues with the current virus and stuff like that. You can't even call its name, but I don't
Right,
really. Anyway,
right.
COVID-19.
The
Who? Shit.
the Voldemort virus.
That's it, the Voldemort virus. And so,
I
in
rearranged my
terms,
office. So I'm looking out the window now, and my neighbor was just doing a dance in his window. Great when you added me to the chat, so it sort of caught me off guard.
nice one. Well, at least you're being entertained, mate.
That's right.
You Canadians, winter comes along and you start getting out into your windows and sort of dancing around just to annoy other neighbours.
Yeah, I managed to get a little bit of sun today. It was
That's good.
it was not super warm, but it was warmer than it's been, and there was some decent UV there. You could feel it. It was warm when the wind wasn't blowing.
Yep. Well, that's as I've said to people, the most important things: get out there, get fresh air, get the sun, get earth yourself to the ground, to the ocean. So get all that sort of stuff, which is going to be beneficial to keep yourself healthy. Eat your bacon. Eat your eat the things, fish and stuff like that that are much higher in vitamin B3. You need that. You need the extra niacin for your redox potential, especially in an EMF environment, in an EM, that we sort of live nowadays, and that's not going to change, guys. We're not going to basically cease living. The EMF levels are going to go higher, not lower. Then, because Jack, when he had that little chat with Bart, and he was talking about in regards to cosmic rays and all that. It's not only the sun's effect, but also because of the polar reversal. And I put it in the chat, but it sort of got missed. But the polar reversals as well, because of that, and that's a sort of an 800 to 1,000 years it could happen earlier within that period, and because of that, it weakens the actual magnetosphere of the Earth, which means that more cosmic rays come in. So we're actually getting assaulted by, not only by the effects of the weaker sun, but also but that also means that even though the sun's UV is slightly down in terms of intensity, at the same time, because of the weaker magnetosphere, you're actually getting more coming through than you would normally. So one seems, whether one offsets the other, how much, nobody's actually looked into it. So I don't have any, I can only anecdotally say that would be the case, because we know from science, from physics, that would be the case. But exactly the measurement and proportionality, because nothing's been measured, you can't really say that this amount has offset this amount or whatever. But at the end of the day, keeping the diet clean is really important, guys, in terms of your redox potential, in terms of your ability to detox, your ability to have good energy levels, to basically take on anything that is thrown in your direction. So
what do you think about people like Frank that have built like a Faraday cage around their bed?
It's probably a bit overkill, but then again, look, we all can laugh and joke, it's in that regard. There's some of the other paranoia that Frank gets into, but at the end of the day, if it works for him, fine. I'm not against it, and he's probably, I think, earthed it now, but where before he hadn't probably designed it. On the other factor, he also may be one of those unfortunate people who have very poor detoxification capacity and may be very sensitive to all sorts of environmental assaults. So he may be one of those people who isn't, maybe shouldn't be in that sort of environment, should basically be in a more rural environment to be healthier rather than living in New York. Mm-hmm. So I don't know his genetics. There's things that he said and all that, but you know, there's a lot of contradictions with Frank on a lot of things, because he says, you know, this is forcing this is helping, causing that, and there's a lot of confusion. And you know, I sometimes don't know how to make heads or tails of it, so I don't try to, you know. And I haven't sort of distanced myself, you know. Occasionally I, you know, will check out what he does and stuff like that, but I don't really that much anymore. I don't see much value in it. You know, all the stuff that he knows, I know anyway, and I knew it even before he knew it. You know, I've been on this planet much longer than him, and and most of the stuff isn't new. I mean, if you look at a Mediterranean sort of diet, it incorporates all those foods. The only difference is it's minus the vegetables. That's all. You know, our diet incorporates land animals, sea animals, you know, snails, all these sort of things, eels or whatever. So, and it's one, and I still practice that. The only thing that I've done, as I've said in the past, is I've just reduced the plant-based component to that diet, and increased the quantity of those animal foods that I originally had. So, you know, some of that stuff, you know, the Italians do as well, not only us Greeks. So in that regard, you know, none of us can claim anything, because it really, at the end of the day, you know, he comes from a tradition in the Mediterranean, and he would have eaten, or his parents he'd been exposed at some time in his age as a youngster to some of these foods. So the reality is, to claim anything is a bit. I'll just cover that little point.
Pim says you're wrong, Harry. He knew it before he was born.
Probably. And why? About male and female metabolism, and why protein seems to help male cravings, where females. I actually think it's energy. I think fundamentally women need more energy for reproductive success in comparison to men. I think the ratios need to be much higher. And I've looked at other women in the sort of carnivore keto community. It seems that women do better on higher levels of fat. They have higher levels of stored fat. And even if you go back and look at my chimp chat that I had with Bart, it was the female chimps that had good body levels of body fat, but the males had very little. And the chimp women, you know, instinctively go after termites, and termites tend to have more 30% fat and 70% protein, where the lean animals that the actual male chimps are hunting are very lean, have very low fat stores, and a lot of protein, you know, and for those glycolytic pathways that they actually need to support through demand-driven gluconeogenesis that the chimps have a requirement for. So it's you know, those fast twitching fibers of theirs. So that's the sort of difference, and I think because of the common ancestry, you know, this difference is old, is very old. And you know, if you take a look at also, you know, women would have hunted and gathered, and the gathering stuff would have not been, you know, tubers or you know, we're not talking about the seasonal stuff. We're talking all year round. If you look at tribal societies, what are they gathering primarily? It's nuts. You know, like a large part of the San people's diet is animal, but at the same time, they have a component of nuts in that diet as well that they consume. And those nuts don't have a lot of protein, but they're very high. And most of their carbs are fibers, but they're very high in fat. And women consume most of those, more than the men. And so when you look at ancestral societies and stuff like that, Aboriginal women, you know, most of the Aboriginal women were actually given in Australia, they would basically treasure the tail where the most fattiest part of the animal was. And then reject the other meat. They wouldn't really eat the other meat. That was where their focus was. So they've had a tradition, Women have higher fat stores and require more fat than men. It's simple as that. It's just the way that genetics are made. Men have more muscle mass and require more protein to maintain that muscle mass. And I think that is where those sort of drivers are. That doesn't mean that men don't need fat. No, it just means that they need their ratios have to be more skewed to protein, where women's are more skewed to fat. So I would say where a male would do very well with out of his calories, 30% coming from protein, 30 to 35% being protein, and the rest being fat. When it comes to women, I would say their protein requirements are much lower, between the 20 and 25. So like 10% less. And that additional 10% I'd push into fat. And when women do that sort of combo, that relationship, they tend to have better satiety and feel better. And men feel better on slightly more protein than women. And it's a natural thing. You get males, and I see it whenever I'm, even with my sister, I'll go through more protein, and she'll sit there trying to get more fat, bits here and there. And you can just instinctively, without thinking, subconsciously, trying to get and that's why I think, because of energy requirements, if you're not getting enough fat, you will crave sugar. And that's why men crave more savory things rather than sugary things, because they don't need as much energy to the same level. And I think that's where that sort of, there's never been a study. This is all anecdotal. I realize that. It's all anecdotal. But if we look back into the chimps and look back into tribal societies, we see similar patterns. And that's all I can go on. Nothing else on those patterns that have been observed by others, So that's, that's sort of a long-winded sort of answer to that. Okay. Now let's move down. And typically I overshot. Isn't that nice? Sorry about this, guys.
So you were saying that termites are 70-30 fat protein, or protein fat. So I could just eat termites instead of ground beef?
Well, you could, if you wanted to. It's really up. I mean, there are a lot of populations that actually consume insects. There are a lot of populations that consume. I'm not basically, well, I used to be an anarchist when I was young, but I'm more to the centre nowadays than to that sort of approach. It's a balance. I'm more regulatory when it comes to the economics, and more libertarian when it comes to general freedom of speech and stuff like that. I don't believe, because at the end of the day, the elites, they prefer economic freedom, but not political freedom. They want to suppress political freedom because they want to control us, but they want economic freedom to be able to exploit us and do whatever they like. And so, in a sense, I'm more basically a centrist or centre left on the economic side. But you could say conservative. I'm very eclectic. Libertarian on the human freedom of speech and stuff like that. So I'm a complicated person. But even on some of the economics, I'm not completely. I believe in market setting the pricing and not governments. But at the same time, without a state, markets will not function. They'd be dysfunctional because they would become parasitic in nature. So it's a balance, and it's a very hard balance, and we never get it right because we're imperfect creatures, and we're always going to be fucking it up one way or another. It's really difficult to answer that question. And that's why basically I've always said I'm a very eclectic person that, I basically say, well, show me the evidence. If you're putting forward a policy, I sometimes will agree with one side of politics or the other side of politics on a policy which makes sense and is practical and actually works. And that's why I believe in direct democracy, because I think political parties, try to force us into tribalism, into one camp or another. And none of us are like that. We sort of have a spectrum of views and ideas, and it changes as we get older as well. And so, I think it's a really bad design that we've got in the modern world. It's based on, it's based on the British system, from Magna Carta onwards. But the reality is, it was a system basically for the rights of the lords, and then it was just extended beyond that over time. So it was never a perfect system. It was never a system that basically couldn't be manipulated or corrupted in one way or another. And we've seen it. Politics is a very corruptive and corrosive environment. Where the Swiss, on the other hand, at the local government level and in terms of major pieces of legislation where they have like a direct vote, the population, that system seems to work much better in that regard. It's not perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than many other countries have, and their citizens have got far more rights than many other people around the world. So, we can learn, and I hope as we move along, we evolve to a better society in terms of freedoms. But with freedoms come responsibilities as well. And my ancestors knew that in direct democracy, as a citizen, you have to become far more responsible as a citizen. You can't have just given rights and think that you can just do whatever you like a little spoiled brat. At the end of the day, being a citizen means being a responsible citizen, not basically a moronic citizen that basically just, when it suits you. That sort of society doesn't work. It disintegrates into basically conflict, So, for us, we still have got a long way to go to reclaim those direct democracy type freedoms that we jettisoned a long time ago. But that's for another day. Let's get on to back to nutrition and viruses and whatever else is plaguing the world. Denialism. Yeah, it is irresponsible, virus denialism, because it's crap. It's, and there's a lot of carnivores that are going to get a lot of, shit on their face, and they're going to look really stupid down the track as more people start dying. Because the reality is, if you go back to the Spanish influenza, people don't realize the reason why we're holding things down is, yes, the flu kills between 250,000 to 600,000 per year. That's true. And more people have died per year from the flu. But the Spanish influenza, compared to the flu, the sort of the rate for the flu is about 1.28 in terms of how viral or how contagious it is. For Spanish influenza, it was 2.5. For this COVID-19, it's 3.28. So it's a hell of a lot. It's 2.5 times, and it's a hell of a lot more than the Spanish influenza. So if it gets traction within the population, it can potentially kill more. Let's say it kills as many as the Spanish influenza killed, which killed about 50 odd million approximate. Well, that's 250 million in today's terms with the current population. That is a potential risk where you've got a system that gets overwhelmed. You don't have enough capacity in the medical system to protect people. The system collapses and a lot of people die because there's not enough ventilators, not enough medication or whatever. The whole reason for trying to keep that curve down is for that reason, is to basically, yes, people are going to get sick. Yes, people are going to get contagious. But the reality is in smaller numbers and in dribs and drabs, and that will avoid. The ultimate way of actually doing it would have been to say for a month and a half, 6 weeks, we will lock down the whole economy. If you want food or whatever, governments, people in full body suit will turn up at your home and provide you with basically rations if you can't afford it. And if you can afford it, you buy it online and you get it delivered by people in full clothing and all that to protect them as well. And you do that for a month and a half, and that will really collapse those numbers. In Japan, they've done it to a lesser extent in those terms, but they have a history with SARS and other things, and they've actually gone below the curve already. So it does work.
And
they'll come out of it.
Who do not want to eat government rations for a month and a half, though.
Yeah, I realize that, but it's not going to kill you for a month and a half. In the reality is, it's not going to kill you. If it did, I mean, for fuck, it takes multiple decades to basically kill you with a standard diet. And I suspect they would, if they're a logical government, they would give you some choices and options, in that regard, what foods to select, and then they would do the delivery in that regard. But that's the whole thing. We need to basically have a different approach. The key thing is, most of the people most of the actual virus spreading actually happen from people coming in on cruise ships and aircraft in most countries. Mm-hmm. And I've been saying, you've heard me for months now, for a very long time, for many weeks anyway, at least. I've been saying basically we need to isolate those people and quarantine them immediately when they come into the country. Had we done that, we wouldn't be in this mess. So governments have dropped the ball because they didn't want to hurt the tourism industry. They didn't want to hit this or that or whatever. And as a consequence, they allowed things to get worse. And now they're reactive and trying to clamping all things down because they realized they could collapse their whole medical system and their economies. That's why they're overreacting now. It's because they fucked up in the beginning. They're not willing to admit that or tell the population they fucked up, but they're basically now saying we've got no solution. Obviously, because you fucked up in the beginning and you didn't basically nip it in the bud before it got out. That's the problem that we've got now. And now we've got encroachments on our liberties. We've got we've basically violated the Constitution a number of ways. I mean, you're actually, the Australian Constitution actually prevents you from basically preventing people from moving between states or trade and humans moving between states. Well, what Tasmania's actually done is a violation of the Constitution in a sense. But that's how basically that's where it's got to, So there's a lot of things that concern me in that regard. And I've had chats with, as I said, with friends that are lawyers that discuss these things in private. They don't discuss them in public like I am at the moment, because they are concerned about the future. Yeah, look, exactly. Yeah, I'm concerned about that as well. Government curfews, it really sounds concerning in that regard. Somebody remember you, mate? Oh, you got Shelley as well, mate.
My fan club.
Your fan club.
We have a pen pal system. We don't have a pen pal system.
Look, there's a couple of issues with grounding and earthing and stuff like that. It has to do with dirty electricity. I've been chatting with some people, and there may be a solution around that in terms of dirty electricity. So if you basically get like a UPS, uninterrupted power supply unit, which is like your main power is coming into the unit, and then that unit is supplying, which doesn't have dirty electricity, supplying the actual pad itself, then it's probably okay in that regard. Because there are issues where you don't know what your power, your wiring in your home or your office or your work or whatever, the sort of quality and how it is. So I would say get a UPS, an uninterrupted power supply unit, which is a good quality one. I mean, if you're going to fork out so much for the earthing pad and all that, for those purposes. And, that's another thing, to improve your redox potential. So, yep, if you can afford it, yep. That was about Frank. I had to put it up because I didn't put it up earlier.
There's no one on YouTube that knows more about nutrition than Frank.
Exactly. Look, Frank knows in terms of, he's looked into the foods, the different foods, and he can actually, tell you that this food has these and these nutrients. Things that you need in your body are these and these nutrients and all that. But, when it comes to, I sent him stuff ages ago about quantum biology and deuterium and all that sort of stuff, but he never sort of really used it because he really didn't understand it. So, he jumps on his sort of, on his pedestal, talking about these, but he doesn't have a deep understanding of them, and, he's not a trained scientist, but neither do I, I probably have a bit deeper understanding because I've gone away and tried to educate myself on the, quantum biology and, and I also had, from a youngster, I did read a lot of science. I did want to become a physicist at one point. So I have a bit of a better understanding in that area, but I wouldn't consider myself, let alone Frank could consider himself, who has no knowledge of physics. So, and it has clearly demonstrated that he doesn't.
Yeah,
and that's not.
I use that exact phrasing because that's what I've heard him say, those exact words.
What was that?
I only phrase it that way because I've heard him say those exact words.
Exactly, and I don't have it's not a attack Frank or give him a hard time or anything like that. It's just basically that he has, when it comes to carnivore nutrition and understanding good nutrients and what to put in your body and stuff like, and what not to put, and stuff like that in terms of foods, he's pretty good at that, and kudos to him. But when it comes to some of the other science and stuff like that, no. And I actually sent him some stuff in terms of bodybuilding. I think he's using some of that information as well. It's my sort of egg and raw milk combo for that higher anabolic effect. So I've those sort of old bodybuilder cheats and methods to build more muscle and become more muscular, because I want him to basically prove something to the vegetards as well. So don't get me wrong, I support him and all that, even though he doesn't really talk to me anymore. Well, he stopped basically having anything to do with me when I gave him a hard time about Bart, and he's taken Bart off, I've noticed recently, because he realizes that was foolish. He's not part of the North American crowd. He never has been, and neither am I, So in terms of the carnivores there, the sort of doctor groups and whatever, that sort of circle in that regard. And I personally, the community is big enough for everyone in that regard. So, it's in that regard.
Yeah, success is not a zero-sum game, is how I keep saying it.
And N of one, Necro Kitty, the thing that Pim was asking. Yep. And that's been my experience. I suspect yourself, Jared, you find it much better when you're eating more meat. You enjoy that more.
Yeah, but I find it easier to eat more meat when it's fatty, and I need fatty cuts for sure.
Yep. That's not. I'm not talking about lean meat now.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about in terms of quantity compared to yourself and maybe a carnivore partner or friend that which is female. They just don't. They prefer having more of the energy part. In when you look at the ratios, it's less protein and more. Ends up becoming more the energy component rather than the protein component.
Mm-hmm.
They've got less muscle mass to support. It's simple as that. It's just physiology is different between the two, and the same thing you notice in the chimps. Same thing. Females have got less muscle, more fat stores. males have got more muscle, bugger all fat stores. It's down to literally non-existent nearly. So just check the chimp chat that I had with Bart, and that will show you the study and the information if anybody's interested. Yeah, seafood. I love seafood. Seafood's great, and something that traditionally a lot of Greek males in particular, when you go to the ouzo places where you have ouzo drinks and stuff like that, they usually have some sort of crustacean or seafood or stuff like that in a sort of a combination salad or whatever. It's been a bit of a tradition on the islands in particular. I mean, now it's become too vegetable based, unfortunately. Everything's, they ruin such nice things that once upon a time.
I'm not huge on seafood. I do like how it makes me feel, but it tends to be pretty cost prohibitive to get a good meal of seafood that's sourced really well for where I am.
Yeah, it is a problem for a lot of people.
That's the biggest thing I would always mention about seafood. It's just it really needs to be sourced properly. There are a lot of kind of shady practices with being able to market seafood to sound like it's better than it is. Different practices for releasing it in the wild and catching it again.
Talking about food supplies and all that, how's you can see the little molecules of milk.
My first glass of my last gallon of raw milk that I have unfrozen. I froze 2 because I plan to fast for a little bit and then refeed and then have more milk in maybe a couple of weeks. Hopefully the border will reopen not long after that, so we'll see.
You never know. Could happen in that regard.
Yeah. If they're not checking papers for vaccines by that point.
We did, mate. Happy birthday as well. For a second time.
Yeah, happy birthday to Bart.
Yes. The funny thing is, I'm not a big ouzo, big ouzo drinker, but a mate of mine who's Anglo-Australian, God almighty, he can consume more ouzo than any Greek that I've come across. He's addicted to the stuff. So, yes, exactly. So, each to their own in terms of taste. Nothing like crabs. So, any other controversial things that people would love to?
Oh, actually, while Bart's in the chat, I'm wondering. I read that New Zealand's closed down the butchers because they're considered to be non-essential in a time like this, which seems quite odd to me. Yeah.
God almighty.
I don't know if maybe the source that I read that from was misinformed, but I did see that.
Is that true, Bart or Pim? Look, I couldn't tell you how many people. I've got no idea. I know how many died, approximately about 50 odd million, but how many exactly survived, I don't know. So you'd have to try and find out for yourself. And they tend to not keep that sort of data, which is small butcher shops closed. God damn. Go to the supermarket.
I read as well that the butchers were forced to basically throw away the meat that they had on hand at the time that they were ordered to close.
Damn. That is crazy. The most nutrient-dense food is being, luckily, look, in New Zealand, in Tasmania, most of ours is, pastured, grass-fed and all that. So, but at the same time, there's a lot of fat offcuts you can't get in supermarkets. Bart will be putting a lot of butter on his New Zealand butter, which is also pastured, on his steaks. to get that additional fat, sort of to keep that 1-to-1 ratio in that regard. So, yeah, look, it's basically close to fucking bottle shops as well. Oh, mate. Oh, I really feel for you. No bottle shops, no pizza. Fuck.
The liquor stores in Canada are considered essential.
Really?
Yeah, I guess they don't want the alcoholics overwhelming the ERs if they have to go through DTs unexpectedly.
Hey, mate, you don't need it. Remember the ACE2, the angiotensin recycling enzyme? 2, alcohol and tobacco actually tend to upregulate it, so it's probably not a good thing. You probably could give it a miss.
Bart, just go back to that brewed meat juice that you were drinking last week.
That's it. Perfect. Good on you, Jared. See, advice coming from all corners. Yes. You got your answer. I've got a vodka bottle somewhere in here, so I get too desperate, and and I need to basically stress.
Yeah, Harry has a shot of vodka before he starts his live stream, before he can face this crowd every day.
Oh, exactly. I can't do it any other way. Nah, my vodka is milk. It's called milk.
Oh, yeah, cheers to that.
It's down there somewhere. You can see the yellowy sort of side. It's so, because it's grass-fed, pastured. It's from a really nice location. I think the actual, I'm not sure whether some of the actual, because this sort of crowd that I get it supplied from, the raw milk, are basically sort of vegetarian type, a lot of them are, which means that, it's all grass-fed. There's no glyphosate. So there's good things in that regard. I'm just worried about, the actual
bit for me, Harry, but I can understand you mostly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just look, StreamYard has been playing up since last time.
Yeah, there's all kinds of different bandwidth issues going on right now with different internet providers too.
And they had a warning before I actually opened up the actual session. They actually said that this could happen while you're doing so. Plenty of alcoholics on this bloody site. It's like a wall to wall. At least I feel out of place. Cheers.
I would hope that they would do that as opposed to just throwing it away.
Exactly, precisely, which is good, And and as Fapnada said, you can freeze it, surely. And that's basically, if I was to get free meat, I'd be freezing as much as possible. I mean, I've got, as I said, half a lamb, and I've got fish and all sorts. It's all frozen, So, and so I've got sufficient in that regard to survive for some time.
Sorry about that.
And at worst case scenario, as I said, I got whey away in a protein concentrate, which I haven't used yet, but I've got it there, and a multivitamin. So if really things became really desperate, I've got something to fall back on. But primarily, I'll be going through my meat because that will keep me healthy and in a good place. And then if, the ultimate fallback position, you never know. I hope that this doesn't drag on as long. And, I would prefer a really sharp, everything closing down for a couple of weeks, and having basically these sort of home deliveries and just really cutting things down for a very small amount of time, so we can just bring that curve down, stop anyone from coming in without being quarantined through the borders, and then basically help to basically, and then allow for the society to go back to normal again. In that regard, fermented cod liver oil, 40 videos claiming it heals dental issues, and watching Bart's videos on aldehydes. the aldehydes were in regards to fish oil tablets and not on cod liver oil. Now, there are issues with some of the brands of cod liver oil as well with aldehydes and stuff like that, and other things as well. From what I've heard, I can't tell you exactly. There are a couple of brands which are really high quality brands, like out of Norway and places like that, and which I've used in the past. I don't use cod liver oil anymore. Personally, I try to get my my retinol from good sources. Try and actually get, and it's, I'm sort of, I'm in a half frame of mind at the moment about, the vitamin D component and whether, but I was thinking about ordering like a cod liver for that purpose, for the vitamin D component. And then I said, no, fuck it. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to focus on maybe getting a liposomal form and doing it that way, so, and just making sure, the other way is to get, I've been telling people, if you can't afford something like a liposomal, go for something like olive oil based. So that's going to be less of a problem. Normally I don't supplement because I usually go into Asia and get my additional vitamin D in the middle of winter, but that's not going to happen. Basically flying out of the country is going to be basically restricted. So I think the safest option is probably to get my equivalent 4,000 IUs that I would get from the sun. Is probably at some stage I will have to, I've got supplements, I haven't used them yet because I get out into the sun as much as possible. I ground myself and earth myself in one of the parks in Hobart when I'm at work. Currently, but at the same time, all the studies that I've looked at show that you need at least 4,000 IUs to have that, the ability to provide enough support to the T cells in fighting off this sort of respiratory infections that could eventually happen. And obviously, the gargling is really important once a day. I still do that. If I do succumb to anything, I will go to 3 times a day gargling, to sort of keep down that load, the bacterial load, and try and reduce the severity of the respiratory infection. My grandfather, my great-grandfather, so my grandfather died at 87 from pneumonia. His brother, 89. Many other relatives on my father's side are susceptible to it. My great-grandfather died at 107, also believed from pneumonia. Could have lived longer if he hadn't got it. So, so there is that risk in my family. And, I'm not prepared to take that risk. I'm only 54. I've got plenty of years I want to live, so, I usually, when it comes to that sort of harsh sort of ideological stuff in the carnivore community or certain parts, I just jettison that. Survival's more important than basically, meeting somebody's, hypothetical, theoretical sort of perfection. Fuck that. Just another comment. Yes, it'll be interesting to see how many small stores survive and, whether we're dominated even more by these big food giants at the end. That's what concerns me as well, Yep. So Daniel consumes a lot of butter with meat. Yeah,
I need to do that.
Depends
more.
on. Yeah, look, it depends on which part of the planet in that regard. Feline panelist.
One of my cats was walking across in front of my camera, and then
those ones. Okay. Because I recently added, just to balance out things, I had a necro kitty and honest to my moderators to balance out the males between the females. And I thought, was he going down that path?
Well.
There he is. A bit of Scandinavian from Bart. People want to translate that, they can go away and translate it.
Yep.
Yeah, look, the same thing in Tasmania. I don't know about I think in the rest of Australia as well. You basically, there's a lot of like bars. They've just got like a window and they serve out of that.
Yeah, I think certain places here you're allowed to order takeout, but it's not like go in and decide what you want and wait around and get it. It has to be by order.
It's the same thing here. All the restaurants, because I live in a district in North Hobart, if anybody knows the area, where there's like a restaurant district, and that's all closed down. And so basically they're just serving takeaway and out of the actual windows. So it's the same thing. Okay. So was that butter that was making the...
That was my old Siamese cat, Saffron.
Okay.
She likes to be on my lap and get attention, but then when Butter's around, she gets grumpy. So she wasn't having any of it.
Gotcha.
So she put herself where she wanted to be, and then got upset about it. She's going to be 18 soon. She's on her last legs.
Yeah, look, Zach, I agree. You know, I mean, with a bit of fasting and a bit of recycling, intermittent stuff. I mean, I did before this hit 3.5 day fast just to reset my immune system before going into it. And I noticed a couple of other things. I had a sports injury in my knee, and that sort of receded as well more rapidly than normally at my age. So that was good. So the fast actually helped, you know, because those sort of long fasts also help to clear away a lot of scar tissue. So probably helped in that regard as well. So I got a side benefit, but that was the reason I was doing it, to reset my immune system, just to basically, and as I said to people, if you can quarantine yourself for a week away from everyone, do 3.5 days, and then do 3.5 days sort of refeed with good quality foods and stuff like that to rebuild a good immune system. And that should basically set you up, you know, if you end up getting the virus, you know, the coronavirus, I don't care, because I'm not monetized. I don't give a shit. I'll just say whatever. And luckily I've still got a day job anyway. So essential, so to speak, semi-essential, because we provide for the emergency services down here a lot of like GIS support and stuff like that, mapping. And so we're actually even mapping I can't talk about it, unfortunately, but we're sort of mapping things in regards to the thing that I can't.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm well aware of a lot of these sort of things, but I just can't talk about them. I'm sort of constrained. Yes. No delivery food here, mate. Yep, look, that's a problem in some areas, but you know, it's some rural areas in Tasmania are having the same problems. They can't get stuff out there. You know,
yeah, I have a few friends in Houston, and I was joking with them. What are people going to do if they can't get their food from restaurants because nobody knows how to cook for themselves in big cities? And one of my friends that I was talking to about it said that he was at the grocery store the other day, and you know how they have a bunch of like scarce items that are, you know, limit super customer or whatever, like toilet paper or rubbing alcohol. On that list at the grocery store was frozen pizzas, limit super customer.
Yeah, look,
I thought that was sort of a sad reflection of people's ability to eat correctly.
I'll tell you what I would do in that sort of environment. I would actually go out, buy a lamb or some sort of animal, land animal, and I would basically take it to home and actually just put it on a spit and cook it, you know, in that regard. And you'd basically be able to provide a lot of people with a lot of food, even cooked food. If if you let it cool down, you can actually freeze it. You can still consume it within a certain amount of time if you've got a number of people. And that would actually eliminate all those hassles of cooking, preparing, and stuff like that. And you'd cut it all up after into small amount of meals. You'd put it in containers and put it in your deep fridge, and you've got it. That would limit the amount of energy you had to actually expend as a person to prepare stuff as well. So there's a lot of things, because if you're eating a species appropriate diet, you're not engaging the Randall cycle. You're not going to basically, hit that high threshold anyway. So you could basically be having, sitting around watching Netflix, having your blue blocking glasses at night on, and basically
staring at a screen right now at night. I don't have blue blocking glasses.
Ooh, you're a bad boy. Yes, we need to. Sleep is very important. Really, sleep is really important, and your circadian rhythms being, matching. Also, food. Your own digestive tract starts slowing down in the early parts of the evening onwards. So that's why I try to get my food in, within from 11 o'clock to that early evening period. So it's that period. It's not exactly 8 hours. It's less than that. And that's where I focus mine, because if you're a hunter, you'd wake up, you'd go out, you'd basically kill an animal, probably in the midday persistent hunter, in those early, 11, after you've tracked something from the morning. And then basically you would consume a bit of the blood, you'd consume some of that at the point when your cortisol's the lowest. And then after that, you would take the animal back to the tribe, to the group, and you would consume that in the afternoon. Right through the afternoon, you'd just gorge on that and just eat it. And then basically sit around digesting and just talking around a campfire. And that's probably what we did for the last, 3 million years. So, so it's really important to try and stick to that as important, to hardwire everything. As I've showed people before, everything in my house is basically Ethernet connected. And I just need I've got another cable, luckily, a longer one. So I'll need to pull that out of my box to use that when I get my home computer here, to connect that, my work computer at home as well. So everything will be Ethernet, pretty much. And, people just need to, I keep my phone on. I know I get hassled by my sisters sometimes. That I'm not responding to their calls or whatever. I'm going, because I've got it in aeroplane mode. What do you have it in aeroplane mode? Oh, God. So, yeah, in that regard. So basically, I sort of, Dad doesn't give me a hard time, luckily. I just call him straight back. If I can get him, I get him. And he's pretty easy. So, in that regard.
I'm suspicious whether airplane mode actually limits all signal anyway.
Look, as I said, there is, you can go overboard. Let's be honest. I mean, and dig a bit of a hole in your yard and cover your body with moist dirt. Okay. That's what animals do when they are sick. Okay, fair enough. You can do. Look, I don't think you have to go that radical towards grounding, but anyway, if soil is warm, that's true. Putting soil over it. Not sure about what that was about.
Because you had mentioned his, you had said that he was speaking Scandinavian, but it was
Maori. That was actually Maori. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. There you go. Yes, I believe that New Zealanders, because of the Waitangi Treaty, have a sort of a bilingual education system. They don't have a constitution; they have a treaty which established New Zealand. Actually, the funny thing is they're also included in our constitution, so they can join Australia whenever they like. That's why they have a special relationship with Australia, because they were part of the original group in that way. Okay, so there are deniers out there that say all the virus is CGI. Yeah, yeah. Look, there's crackpots out there.
It's a very superficial way to dismiss anything you don't want to believe. Basically, if you haven't seen it with your own eyes, it doesn't exist. I've never seen Paris.
It doesn't exist.
Me that Paris exists.
It does not exist. You know, it's the same thing. Like there's a comedian down in Australia called Isaac Butterfield, and he actually had some deranged. He was a vegetard, this guy as well. God, talk about compounding the error. And he was basically saying no. He was in his living, like some kid in his room, and basically denying that Australia existed. It's all a myth. It's a false. It doesn't exist, and all that. And he was just
also never seen Australia. I have to admit.
Exactly. I don't exist, mate. I'm a figment of your imagination.
No. You're in on the cover-up.
That's it. Oh yeah. I've been on the cover-up that Australia exists.
You're paid agents. It's a put-on accent. It's all an
agent, exactly. Tasmania doesn't exist either. I'm actually elsewhere. I'm just making out that I'm in Tasmania. Oops. What's this? And Jenny, the problem with takeouts is most people there won't get paid unless they go into work. That's true. So many will go in whether they're sick or not because they need the money. Yep. And that is a problem. Mm-hmm. It depends on the country and depends on how strict some of this stuff is enforced. Any secret mapping soon? You know too much, Luke. But Luke's my side agent, my secret agent. He's my sidekick. We just haven't told anyone. Oh shit! I just did. Sorry, Luke. I'll be after you, mate. Run. Oh, you asked about. Oh, did you? Oh, sorry. Do apologise. Eating seaweed earlier. It must have been when my StreamYard thing jumped and I missed probably a few. Sorry, whoever I missed. Just put it down again. Well, you could use, you could use an iodine supplement. I mean, there are other foods that actually have iodine in them as well. Like, there are plenty of other seafood that has iodine in itself. So you don't need necessarily seaweed in that regard. Let me just find, so I just off the top of my bloody head, I'll just find my past history.
Yeah, the risk that I'm aware of with supplementing iodine is just that it's hyper concentrated. Basically, this iodine
that's
supplements
it.
That you get,
yeah,
and
it is.
They're often you get 10 times more than you need in a single drop, sort of thing. You get milligram quantities when you need microgram quantities.
And that's a problem of causing all sorts of issues and imbalances. I mean,
you can put it on transdermally, which would reduce the risk of overloading. From what I understand, I could be wrong about that.
I'm not sure, to be honest. In that regard, and oops, it's a comment that I actually put. I'm suffering carnival brain fog at the moment. It was on, Kate, health coach Kate. It was actually in regards to that, and I actually said, I'll actually bring it up. Share on screen.
You've frozen on my end, Harry. Uh-oh. This must be big Iodine censoring the message. They're on Harry. They've shut him down. Oh. Well, I guess I'll just hold the fort here for a moment or two while Harry makes his way back. What's going on in the chat? I actually don't know if I can highlight comments or not. I'm not the host of the stream. I should have just looked at. I should have just sat here and stared at the camera, pretended like nothing was happening. See how long I could stay as still as Harry's picture. No, there's wait, what happens if I click this? Yeah, I can't highlight the comments. Dang. No, Macro Kitty, there's no need of pretending like you're so glad that Harry's gone. Oh, he's back, so stop talking about him now.
Oh, I hope it was all nasty and
No, I was just saying how you've
controversial.
I was just saying how you tripped across big Iodine. They were trying to suppress your message.
That's it. It drives me mad with StreamYard sometimes. It just basically, it's just, don't know why it does it. Occasionally, let me just see that it doesn't freeze up again. God almighty, please don't freeze. Please don't freeze. Where's Kate? Oops. Hold on. I'll go to my history. Oops. Trying to find these things. Comments. Yep, there it is. So health coach Kate. Oops. Oops. Thank you for stopping. So that was basically, let me increase that. So as you can see, four eggs, because I usually have 4 eggs sometimes. That was a bit too much. So basically 4 eggs will give you 96 micrograms. I usually have 2 glasses. That's actually got 500 mils in it. So it actually it's the 2 glasses, the equivalent to 2 glasses, which is 244 mils. And cheese daily, I usually have 100 grams, sometimes more, depends, So when you combine all this, I get about 250, which is more than enough. And sometimes I average even higher than that. And that's just basically from the eggs, the milk, and the cheese. That's it. So obviously, yogurt's got a bit less in comparison. But as you can see, it doesn't take much to get to those higher levels in that regard. So it's quite easy. I mean, have a few extra eggs, have some organ meats. They have a bit, have some seafood now and then. You can balance it out through the week without going really high into the levels of iodine. And this is the other thing, because I was eating this sort of stuff even before when I was doing keto, a lot of people were saying on keto that I feel cold. And I go, no, I don't. I was going out in shorts in winter when I was on keto. And I couldn't understand why people were feeling all cold. But, obviously if you're only eating, a lot of people, I tended when I was doing keto to be eating more animal-based, with some vegetables and stuff like that, shitloads of bacon and all that. But I never felt cold like people were saying constantly, I'm feeling cold. I'm going, no, But then when I started inquiring, what are you eating? Obviously they weren't getting enough iodine from the stuff that they were eating, or they basically were insufficient calories in certain types, or basically eating inappropriate too many vegetables. It usually was the iodine and vegetable part that basically was always the case. Too much vegetables when they were doing their... Now I need to find my spot. Yep, found it. Yeah, so it's usually that, and so you don't need supplements, And when I talk about with the COVID virus about gargling, that was for gargling purposes, using iodine in the early stages. It helps, but in the latter stages, you don't really need it. Even gargling water, once you've got a respiratory infection, also that helps as well. And that was that Japanese randomized control study that showed that. And it was a double-blind crossover as well, placebo-controlled. So that was one of the best, really good studies that I've actually come across on gargling for respiratory infections. Show my signs of illness. Yes.
Just means people will be hiding their symptoms. That's not going to be effective.
Yeah, exactly. Salt, MSG, synthetic flavor. What a combo. Is that what you're going to be gargling with, Fapnado? Get some sort of reaction from that. Oh, you're not special anymore. Damn.
That's what this is really about. Yes, Luke feels threatened. There's too many wrenches.
That's it. Before they weren't. I was just trying to make your life easy, mate. Lots of university students in my city and need money. Yes, there's a lot of that happening. Oh, somebody feels left out. Shelley's been a long-term. I'll actually have to make Shelley. She's been a long-time supporter of mine, so I will do it shortly. Yeah, look, that's all I do, 2 times a day, most of the time, and usually one of them is a bigger meal than the other. It's usually the case. Actually, right after this, I've actually got some beer sticks, about 200 and something grams or whatever, and they're just 4 beer sticks. They're about 60 odd per beer stick. It's just raw cured meats, so it's just cured with salt, which is really nice. They're really nice. Sort of. Some people like them. Actually, the funny thing is, my sister was on the raw meat, the cured raw meat, but my brother-in-law, God, the diabetic, I'm going, fuck, get away from my meat. He was overindulging.
Yeah, we just got some cured meat from the local farmer today in our box. We get our meat every Saturday now.
Yeah, I
did a nice summer sausage, which is a cured raw meat.
Yeah, exactly. That's the sort of, I sort of have to sometimes control myself in that regard, because I can sometimes a bit overdo it when it comes to the raw meats side.
Oh, the farm that I get it from he's really lucky. He has the correct yeast in the air in his shop where he does his cured meats.
Okay.
So it gets
that's pretty good.
For his dry aged beef or whatever. His like dry cured beef. It gets that white, that soft white coating on it.
Yeah, that's really important.
Yeah, we visited his farm. He was explaining that a lot of people have to inoculate their meat with that. He doesn't have to. It's just there.
And that's the thing. There are differences between how different producers. We're lucky down here. We've got a lot of in Tasmania, like artisan type producers that and it's all basically the cured stuff and all that is free range pasture type animals and stuff like that. And it's the sort of quality is completely different than you find on the mainland of Australia. So it's another good reason to live in Tasmania. They can have their mainland food, their mainland kibble. As far as I'm concerned, I'll stay in Tassie. So let me just do that. So let me just Necrokitty, my livestock auction near my house still running. Oh, well, that's pretty good.
I didn't realize they sold guinea pigs at livestock auctions, Necro. Sorry, that's a bit of an inside joke. She's joking about on the Discord wanting
she knows what it means
to harvest guinea pigs. Big tapestry.
That's it. God, don't tell them too much, Luke. I wish they're all wealthy. Fuck, I wish I was part of their crowd. God almighty, I'm a poor bastard. Yes, I've had the experience and the pleasure of the Freemasons in Tasmania. Yes, they toppled me from a position which I acquired skillfully, and then they organised a bit of a coup against me. Yes.
You have to tell that story sometime.
The Greek community. I was president down here, the Greek community, for a period. And a number of the powerful, rich families, let's say they didn't really want me there. And then a supposedly friend that I thought was a friend, basically, or let's say went to their side without me knowing, and organised a nice little coup against me. But shit happens. That's politics. So I've been in the middle of that, and I can tell you that all the doors closed. Most of the politicians that knew me no longer knew me anymore.
Gross.
So yes, you basically get all the doors close rapidly. I can tell you, because they don't need you anymore. But that's how they work. Once you've been in the middle of that, you know how it all works. It's that's the sort of so when people tell me things, it's nothing everybody thinks it has this conspiratorial and all that. No, you got a whole lot of polys, wealthy people. They all want to hold onto power. They want to look after each other because that's how they hold onto power. Because people like me as a community leader can provide them with potential votes. You know what I'm getting at? It's all sort of, you scratch mine, I'll scratch yours sort of approach and all that. And when you're in that thing, it is quite corrosive to your soul. You only realize that after when you get out of it. So they actually did me a favor, in a sense, because it's world where you end up compromising yourself further and further, and then you realize you're not the same person you were when you got in, or with the values you got in to do certain things and all that. And so, in a sense, they probably did me a favor.
Yeah, I've never been in those circles, but I've worked next to them and been around the periphery enough to know it's not for me.
Yeah, I've been in politics from a youngster. I was in student politics, so I used to do public speakings and stuff like that. So it's second nature to me, and I used to enjoy it. Don't get me wrong, I enjoy that. And I can tell you, power is enjoyable. It is. There is an addiction to it. And I can understand, you see the politicians when they lose power, how they fall apart. Yeah, that's when I had a bit of my own depression right after that incident. It's, for people to pat you on the back and say, how are you, good on your president and blah, blah, blah and all that. That's, really great for your ego. Let's put it that way. But it also is damaging to your soul in other ways.
Yeah, it's hollow. There's an inauthenticity there that burns me out.
And that's you. Once I was out of that, I realized that. And I was probably the youngest ever elected president of any community of any Greek community in Australia. I was at the time in my mid-30s. So I was fairly young, because that was usually wealthy individuals that have got some clout and some political support within the community that tend to get those positions. And still that's the case. I was the odd one out, and the one they couldn't control, so they got rid of. So yes, that's the nature of that sort of environment. But I know I've been asked by many people in the community to come back and go for the position, all that. Soul destroying, and I mean, if I had a grassroots, strong grassroots support for it, but I think it's sort of died off. It was in the early days, but I lost the fight, in my soul. I said, do I want to put myself in that cesspool again? So once I was out, I sort of felt relief in a sense. So it's a funny thing, but I probably kick in the teeth. A smaller, certain amount of time, I also felt relief. So yeah. And I suspect many others. You get on with your life. You have to. I hope you do. I hope you get out of Brazil. You come and visit at some stage in your life. It's not a requirement. I don't want you to go out of your way financially in that regard. Yes, I was frozen. Did I look any better? I probably shouldn't be asking that comment. Do I look any better? Because I know I'm not going to get very good remarks.
Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. That's right.
Precisely. Yeah. You sort of have to look after the ego a bit.
Yeah. Big iodine censoring. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, but get it from real food. That's the main thing. Focus on real food. Probably was. Well, got to blame them. I blame them for sunspots as well, a few other things. No, they just, they're just fellow humans that have lost their way, unfortunately. Yes, a lot of people are going to be in that boat, collecting paychecks. Let's see how long they actually. Oh, the witch! It must be the witch.
These
Could
are all
be anything
comments
else.
from when you were frozen.
Yeah, I love the witch ones. I had to put it up. I probably should move ahead.
Every time that Bart breaks out that impression unexpectedly, it makes me laugh. Like, it catches me off guard every time.
Oh yeah, exactly. I basically fucking love it. That's exactly my approach as well. Till they get fucked. Yep. Yeah, I got one. I knew it would be Shelley or someone, or Necro Kitty, one of the two. In that regard. Oh God, have we got any more questions, guys? You realise we've got 2 more hours to go. I need to burn through. The StreamYard sort of things. Ask anything. I mean, you guys have watched the Jack stuff. You've watched some of the Tefano stuff. You've watched, some of Luke's stuff, and whatever out there. Just ask me questions along that sort of stuff. Guinea pigs. Have you ever tried any of that sort of stuff, Jared?
No, I've never had guinea pig.
Yeah,
the concept of micro livestock is interesting to me, but I'm not sure I like it. It catches me off guard, and then I have an involuntary laughter as a response. Maybe it's because it's uncomfortable. I think it really is it just chills my bones.
Yes, it's sort of a must be the witch.
It's like she's reaching through Bart every time he says it.
That's right. She's reaching through the ether and casting a spell
to me where I thought I was safe on Bart's stream.
Yes, I need to hand in my empiricist card as well after that. Believing in the ether. Look,
I just like how Necro Kitty responded with complete sincerity when I was just ripping her about the guinea pigs.
Probably not. Look, traditionally, I don't think humans have. We've consumed certain fermented foods. That's true, but I don't think it's a good thing on a regular basis. In that regard, I think occasionally, if you've basically had, let's say, you've had an illness and you've had, or stuff like that, and you've finished like that, you may get some microbiome imbalances or whatever, then it's a good thing. And traditionally people would have used it for those sort of reasons. People had succumbed to dysentery or, some sort of something like that, and they would have really wrecked their gut microbiome to some extent. Then they would have considered something like that. But it wasn't a thing that people consumed on a regular basis. So I wouldn't recommend it on a regular basis. And I definitely wouldn't recommend it if you've got any digestive issues currently. I think that, as I've always said, fix the stomach first and everything flows. Because if you fix the stomach, then everything else downstream sorts itself out. SIBO goes away because you've got enough stomach acid, to clear out, the small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. At the same time, good nutrition protein and stuff like that will basically heal your gut over time, as long as you're not assaulting it with other things, But at the fundamental area, I've always said, the stomach is the most critical part. That's where you're going to guarantee that you won't have malabsorption, you won't have any issues and stuff like that. And a lot of people, because of the FXR receptor in the actual liver, may, and also if you've had an inappropriate diet for a very long time, you may have gallstone or gall sludge issues and stuff like that. And so that will take time to clear out. And so milk thistle is a really important part of a protocol of that sort. Sort of things like HDL, to try and get more acidity in your stomach, to suppress any H. pylori sort of infection, and sort of candida issues as well. So you want to suppress these sort of things. You're not going to get rid of them, but you're going to suppress them so your stomach then works properly within that with that proper range of 1.5 to around about 3. I wouldn't, and that's another reason why I've said to people, don't overconsume raw animal foods either, because you tend to push the pH to those higher levels rather than the lower levels. So 1.5 million years ago, we were designed to consume cooked meat and to have that sort of that better effect. So yeah, keep that in mind. And that would be adorable. The hats. Wonderful.
Most people like to try to differentiate their livestock from pets, but not Necrokitty.
No, she wouldn't, But there's nothing wrong with that. She's very serious about guinea pigs. You've hit a guinea pig.
Guinea pig nerve.
Exactly. That's it. Nerve. Yes, they do.
Daniel Smith asked for your take on high protein or low protein.
Again, I've always said 1-to-1 ratio. That's I think that's and for women more fat than so 25, which isn't exactly 1-to-1, slightly less than 1-to-1. So you would get like probably I think it's a 1.2 for fat, 0.8. Don't quote me on that. You're looking at about around a quarter of your calories for women
by weight.
You look at, let's do it for the calories, which makes it easier. You're looking at about 20% to 25% for women, depending on what they feel better for in terms of protein. For men, 30 to 35% in terms of the protein, and then the rest is fat, is basically the energy part. So that's how I would play it. From my experience, looking at tribal history, looking at other people's, looking at basically the fats, the amount of fat storage that women have to men, both in chimps and in humans. When you look at that, those sort of ratios seem to actually suit people much better. And also the extra fat for women cuts away the sugar cravings. For men, it's the protein. When they're not having enough protein, they tend to crave other things. I find it in myself as well. So I tend to then overconsume yogurt or something like that when, because that's my sort of, because it's more, it's less sweet. It's more, things like that are the sort of savory things, So pies and stuff like that. I used to, when I was in my bad old days, I'd have all the sort of the pies and stuff like that, where my sister always would hit the sugar. and I see it everywhere, the same thing. So, I think it's more than just anecdotal evidence in that regard. You look at the tribal societies, you look at similar patterns, it's everywhere. And it has to do with this energy, the different energy requirements that women to men have, for the reproductive reasons and all that. I do notice that can change in some cases, but generally speaking, even for women, it just, they say, well, I'm consuming when women are pregnant, they consume, but they just consume more in general. That's slightly different, but they just up their calories. But if you take a close look, and I have in one case, it's still, the energy part is bigger than the actual protein part still, because you as the mother and the growing child still needs that energy. You still need the energy to grow in that regard. So it couldn't be any other way. I think that's fairly hardwired in that regard. Oops. Okay. So, oops. I'm considering going fish-based carnivore. Why would you do that? Including dairy and eggs. Well, you could do that. Some people do that. If you've got, if you're in an area where you can't source enough red meat, that's, potentially an option. I would actually exclude red meat if you can get some. Try to get some. I mean, there are important B vitamins in meat that are required. Dairy does have, especially if it's raw, you will get good amounts, like in particular riboflavin, and this is only for raw. Let's just make this quite clear. I don't want people screaming at me. Is riboflavin and B12, but the other B vitamins, they vary in raw milk. Pasteurized milk, that's just a lot of no vitamin C at all in pasteurized milk, and most of the B vitamins are, quite reduced severely from the heating process. So it's really, you're only then getting macros. That's what you're getting basically from pasteurized milk. So, but if that's all you can get, it depends on as I've said to people, in difficult times, sometimes a multivitamin, which is not, I've always criticized vitamins and multivitamins, and for deuterium reasons. Anything highly refined and processed has higher levels of deuterium. That includes supplements as well. But in cases where you have restricted food access, food supply, food insecurity and stuff like that, as a short-term solution, we have to be considerate and say, well, yes, you can't be sort of ideological about these things. As a short-term option, yep, that may be the case. You may have to try something like that. What's the problem with eating raw foods, in your opinion? I think that raw foods have their place, but the reason we cooked food in the first place was to extract more nutrition. If you look at foods, when you cook them, you access more nutrition from them in that regard. But you don't get the when you cook out the proteolytic enzymes. So proteolytic enzymes are important. That's why I believe that you shouldn't overcook your meat, because you keep some of those enzymes available, and occasionally having raw meat, like I will have beef tartare sometimes, sometimes raw fish, and some other raw foods, in particular raw red meats as well, not dried out, but because you lose a lot in the fluids in terms of minerals and vitamins, especially vitamin C gets annihilated in dried meat. But in that regard, I would basically focus on trying to get those nutrients, and we always need to remember proteolytic enzymes. As we get older, the transcription capacity of our body to produce more proteolytic enzymes and clear out things as well, and hydrolyze and process things, nutrients, diminishes. That's why I usually say for older people, taurine is reduced as an amino transporter. So usually older people like my father, I make sure that he gets taurine, and the other thing that he gets is proteolytic enzymes to help him process some of these foods, because gut motility and a lot of other things sort of, with age, with more senescence, these things don't function as well, especially if you're 85 or whatever. So, I consider them, not cheats. I consider them as a necessity if you want to maintain and slow down your own degradation. Obviously, fasting in older age actually helps as well. And thank God that he does basically 1 day fasting now, 24 hours. Took me a while to get him to do that, because he would do, like even the Greek Orthodox ones, they'll have a small light meal and then they'll fast, but they don't fast for 24 hours for long periods of time. And so, which is more time restricted feeding. So doing a 24-hour was a struggle initially, but I showed him a few cheats and things, how to prepare for it. And now he does it. So he loves it. So, which is good. Also, getting more sugar out of his diet was very important, and not sugar, sweets. The sort of things that some older people sometimes will have with their coffee and stuff like that, in particular. So I said, Dad, why do you need chocolate for your coffee? Just give it up. So he no longer buys chocolate anymore, because he used to buy and have chocolate with his coffee and stuff like that. So he sort of, and occasionally he'd buy even biscuits. This was really in the bad old days, but he cut that out years ago on his own, which was good in that regard. Fish-based leaves, feeling ravenous. Well, some make some people ravenous. Interesting. Look, to maybe become a bit serious, just a tiny bit. Look, I don't know. Have you heard anybody getting really ravenous on fish-based leaves?
I don't think she means leaves. I think she said eating fish-based leaves her feeling ravenous.
Oh, yeah, okay. And not just not so tidy enough. Oh, that's what. Oh, she means. Sorry, I'll just remove myself from the gutter, where I had myself in the gutter for a moment there. God, things that I think of that go through my head. Disgusting, isn't it? Yes. Sorry, Kitty. Yes, now let's get on a serious note. Yeah, that's part of the framework that I said. Women need more fat than men. Yes, it's probably the reason.
Eating primarily seafood would leave me feeling pretty unsatisfied as well.
Yeah, well, I'll go down to the waterfront and get oysters and stuff like that, and have fish, and I'm fine, even though I haven't had a lot of fat. So, right. As I said, it's a male. There is a difference there. Pretty much the way traditional Maori before infiltration. It's one way of putting it. So I suspect the seafood side is what is being discussed there. Oops.
Necro's still on the guinea pigs.
She's still on the guinea pigs there. God.
Passion. That's some passion.
That is passion and fixation. I'll leave that as a comment. That is passionate. So Daniel's mainly fish because of budget. Look, as I said, fish is quite nutritious. If you look at basically like a lot of fish has actually got higher B12 than red meat. Most people don't realize that. And much higher in a lot of the minerals as well. As I said, if you can get some eggs in there, you can get some for that sort of connective side. Eat the skin from the fish for that sort of connective side as well, and the glycine part. Not that the body can create, but you basically why transcript, why basically produce the requirement for more conversion when you don't need to. That's how I see it more than anything else. It's all about optimizing without having to put too much strain on the body to make all the conversions. And then there are limitations between people, on some of these areas. They do vary, and you don't know until you check. So it's always good to vary your sort of nutrition. No humans were just steak only. So I'm sort of in the belief that, adding fish, eggs, other things, some dairy is always a good strategy to vary it. And also, the sort of majority cooked to get access to most of the nutrients, so you don't have to overeat. And then basically having some stuff which is raw for the proteolytic enzymes is also an important thing. And even when it comes to basically fermented stuff, I usually just keep it to the dairy side, to cheeses and stuff like that. They're all fermented. They're high in K2 and in certain beneficial bacteria, which is basically acid loving bacteria, which is what our stomach loves as well. That's the type. Your stomach is an acid machine. Give it what it wants. Give it those things that basically are beneficial. Remember, your stomach is acidic. Your basically your small intestine is slightly more alkalinic, but that becomes when the digestive enzymes and the bile come in to basically turn it to moderate that. But your colon is again acidic. So basically what you need to do is support those two parts in that regard. So, so the things that you eat will have that effect in supporting both those parts. So the end product that comes out of there supports those. So I'm saying that you need those sort of things in your diet. Now, it's not very alkalinic, but it's slightly lower. That's why you don't get as many bacteria coming up from the colon. If it was too acidic, they can actually migrate upwards. So that's when you basically you're not having enough bile. Gallbladder's not working properly, stomach's not working properly to create sufficient, and you get that sort of low grade sort of acidity that comes through. And it creates an environment also for SIBO, for bacteria to come through from the colon and stuff like that. So, and it actually also the valves between those different parts sort of don't function properly because the environment they're sensing on one side of the valve and the other side of the valve is very similar. These are part of the issues as well, So it's a sensing thing and it gets dysregulated in that regard. So keep that in mind. The body has these sensors, and if we don't eat appropriately, we create miscommunication in the body. That's what a lot of this sort of stuff is. But remember, prioritize the stomach, and then everything flows from there. That was another rant, Luke. Hope you enjoyed it. Since I'm back home, at my home city, I managed to eat local raw cheese. So good. Cattle in Brazil is grain finished. Yeah, look, it's like North America, but probably I suspect not as bad as North America.
You think? Yeah, I was going to say.
That's my main concern.
Somebody grass finishing their cattle in Brazil where you don't get winter.
Yeah, I know. It seems crazy. He said I can actually get some pastured animals on a fair nearby. Look, that's good if you can. I, for the life of me, in countries like Brazil, Australia, places like that, it doesn't make any logical sense because you've got so much pasture. You know, but then again, it depends on what sort of grain finishing we're talking about. Not all grain finishing is the same. Like in Australia, there is a bit that happens when we've got droughts, especially in northern Australia, like Queensland and northern New South Wales. When you've got droughts, what they do is they will provide like silage and hay. So hay is basically just grass that's basically been dried out. So it's not as quality wise. You won't get good omega 3s in the actual from the hay, because hay, you know, that greenness in the grass is what gives you that omega 3, which so that gets degraded in the hay in dried stuff. But a lot of the silage that is in there is the leftovers, the stalks. They, you know, when like you've got wheat, the stalks that are cut back, and they will use that as part of the silage. So it's really the leftover byproducts of grain agriculture. There's not really much grain because it's costly. The US is different. The US is one of those strange parts of the world where you don't have that because you've got big grain subsidies. But they only represent 10% of global cattle production. 90% happens outside the US. So the US constitutes 10%, and only about 15% of that actually get onto corn anyway at any one time. So we're talking about, you know, 15% of 10%. You know, not fucking much at all in that regard. So people make a big fuss about pretty much nothing.
Okay, I'm giving my 15-minute warning before it's midnight here at the top of the hour.
Yep.
If anyone has any pressing questions for me specifically, you got 15 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah. So, you know, and that's the whole thing. So I just, you know, people make a lot of fuss because adding more, you know, when you've got grass, it's free. Adding more inputs makes things more expensive in that regard, let alone you have to put antibiotics there to reduce the, you know, those sort of pathogenic sort of bacteria from growing from the grains that you're putting in. There's a lot of things that actually flow from that in terms of cost. Then you have to put those chemical stuff that you put down the throat of the animal to reduce that as well. You know, so there's all these additional inputs. It's only with high subsidies you can do that. But even then, you can only do it for a short amount of time, 15% of that. If you think about the entire globe, you know, we're talking about 1.5%, you know, percent. It's nothing. It's a drop in the ocean. But people make a big fuss about it, you know, because it suits certain narratives, you know, the vegetarian narratives in that regard. Yep, researched into micro livestock, a lot of American grain fed means hurt. Yeah, look, exactly. Because a lot of it's also the glyphosate, which glyphosate gets into the tissue.
It's definitely possible to have like grass-fed meat that gets a little bit of grain that doesn't totally ruin the quality of the meat. A lot of grass-fed farmers around where I am do supplement grain in the wintertime because the cows just get too lean when they're only on silage for that long. So the farm that I get it specifically, they grow their own grain though that they feed their cows. So because that's about the only way that you can guarantee that it's not contaminated. So his fat on his animals is not quite as yellow in the wintertime, but it still tastes really good compared to like a purely grain-fed animal where the fat might kind of not be as palatable. So I'm doubtful that, you know, adding any amount of grain is necessarily a bad thing. It's just the quality of grain, and certainly doing all grain would impact the nutritional value of the meat, I would think.
Look, if you take a look at the actual, you know, even the omega ratios, they're not as severe as a standard diet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're still looking at 1 to 4. You're not looking at, you know, massive orders, which you find in, and even in some grain stuff, I've actually seen as low as 1 to 3 ratios. And I've actually seen in so-called pastured or grass-fed, what they call, they may be adding some stuff to the meal as well, you know, like hay and silage and stuff like that. And that some of their numbers can be up to, you know, 2.5 or 3 or 3.5, you know, closer to those of grain-fed nearly. So there's a lot of, you know, seasonality, elevation. The higher the elevation, the more you get these. The grass actually tends to have higher concentrations of omega-3s, so that plays a role as well. So if you're pursuing that sort of stuff, go for goat or lamb from higher elevations. You know, so those are other things people can consider as well. I mean, it's not only even vitamin D concentrations are much higher from those higher elevations as well. You know, that's where, like in Iceland, the grass there tends to actually increase the vitamin D content of the animal. So even though the people that are close to the coast that are consuming cod and cod liver and stuff like that, their vitamin D levels are very similar from, there's an old study that I saw ages ago from Iceland. So they weren't very, you know, severely different in that regard. So, and in terms of omega-3s and vitamin D, you know, they weren't that severely different. So, you know, location of a ruminant is also important. You know, where are you sourcing it from? Where did it actually eat, in a sense? And so I always look at those sort of factors as well. So I usually source mine from areas in Tasmania which are more elevated, much higher. So, and also the level of deuterium is going to be less in the meat, because meat also has higher deuterium than fat. So deuterium levels, like in sugar, will be in the 150 odd range or above. For animal meat, that's protein, it can be anywhere between 134 to 140. That you know, that can make the difference between if you're in that sweet spot of 120 when you combine the different foods and all that. So, you know, the higher the elevation, the better deuterium depletion, you know, and as a consequence, that meat is a hell of a lot healthier. So there's a lot of factors that are at play. It's, you know, as Luke would say, it's a rich tapestry of nutritional relationships.
I think he's quoting you when he uses the term rich tapestry.
Oh, you know, can't help myself. I'm just waiting for him to make me a new sort of image of rich tapestry of myself and nutritional tapestry. Maybe I'm giving him an idea. Literally lost my spot again. GP doesn't need what? GP didn't need time breeding and nesting boxes. Oh, for the rabbits. Okay, we're on the rabbits again, or it's the
and the guinea pigs.
Yeah, guinea pigs or the rabbits. Okay. Yep. Anything about human nutrition? Oops. What's Luke? His carnivore friend gets irritated from conventional meats. Yeah, look, it sometimes doesn't sit well for certain people. I
can eat. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
I can eat grain fed for like a few meals in a row or something, and I won't feel too many ill effects. But if I eat exclusively grain fed for a prolonged period, I really notice the difference. How much better I feel once I switch back to good quality grass fed beef.
Yes, exactly. You know, and I enjoy like grass fed. There are two types. There's one that I get from Smithton, this is not for lamb. Lamb, Pork I get from the southern part of Tasmania, which is free range, and from the central sort of part of Tasmania, I get my lamb, and from beef, it's basically from the northwest, which is basically Smithton, and across to King Island. And King Island has really, it's one of those really, the sort of grasses are very hardy, like they are in it's called Cape Grim beef or whatever if you Google it, and the grass are very hardy, like the sort of grasses you would find in Iceland type environment. So they're really good in that regard in terms of the your new omega-3s. They're really good in that regard. That's why I try to get my meat through either. There's a store in Salamanca that I go to, which is a specialty store run by a German. I either get it from there if I'm in the city, or I get it from one of the IGA stores, which is a bit of a bigger distance that I have to walk sometimes, but that's fine. And it's not very far away. And I usually basically get it from those sort of specialty stores, and it's really nice because it's got that really the yellowness of the fat.
Mm-hmm.
It gets to that sweet level where it's got sweetness to it. I don't want to overcook it because I don't want to lose the sweetness. It's so really nice, So
yeah, it gets that kind of sweet nutty flavor to it.
Exactly. Yeah.
We have a pastured pig in our freezer right now that we've just been getting into because we were sort of saving it through the winter until we could barbecue it, so it gets that nice smoky flavor with the charcoal. And the fat on it might be the best tasting animal fat I've ever had. It's so sweet is the right word.
Yes, look, it makes a big difference in that sort of tasting. All about the fish. What's the next one? But this virus, I'm considering GP now. So she's considering a GP in regards to the virus.
No, the guinea pigs.
Oh, the guinea pigs. What do they got? They down with something. I wasn't following the conversation. Sorry, Necro. Kitty.
She's saying she wasn't going to do guinea pigs because she wanted to hike the trail, but now she can't hike the trail, so she's thinking about doing guinea pigs again. Okay. My fault for bringing up guinea pigs. I didn't realize what a rabbit hole this was. I'll keep that in mind.
Rabbit hole.
Guinea pig hole.
Yep. These Texan girls and their guinea pigs. I was going to raise quail. Oh, that's an interesting bird to go for. Okay, let's see whether we can get any questions.
That's a GIF of you that Luke made that he posted, that link.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Oh, I better.
The highlight from
I can't. Yeah, I can't get it from the actual stream yet, so I have to. Give me a sec.
It's you doing the your cat impression on your coffee mug.
Oh, milk. Good. Okay, that's a good one. Let's have a bit of humor. Let's laugh at Harry. I've got to laugh at myself now and then. I can't take myself too serious. Oops, better stop that. Oh, hopefully it doesn't freeze. Ooh.
Right.
It didn't freeze.
So this is the moment that Luke here chooses to highlight for all of our benefit.
That would have made Kitty excited. Yes. Perfect take.
Okay, I think on that note, I think I need to get going to bed. It's just about midnight. I'm going to regret it in the morning if I push it much later.
Yes. You don't want to knock your circadian rhythms too far out.
Yeah, well, rest being the foundation of my immune system, I suppose. I don't want to push it at this time of all times.
Yes, exactly. What was that? Logan ate the forbidden apple. Okay. I suspect that's in regards to the previous one. Heavily grain subsidies, even through we have ample pastured. Yes, I know. Yes, it's all about profits, guys. It's all about profits. We know about that. Anyway, before I go on to any other stuff, mate, appreciate you being on. Take care. Get your beauty sleep.
No, thanks. Thanks for having me, as always. I'm looking forward to next week.
Definitely.
Okay.
I need somebody to keep an eye on me. Otherwise, I'll be out of control, deranged. That's the purpose of Jared being here. It keeps me.
Next week, I will be sadly completely out of milk. So pray for me.
Oh, my heart. Oh, not really.
My heart really.
That means I'll be able to torment you with milk.
Oh no. I'm not. There'll be more gifts of Harry doing things with milk.
I'll have to try and get one of those sort of long tubes and sort of they used to the Roman type grape type things, but milk type thing.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you just down it with like a beer bong.
Well, that exactly.
Just plow disgusting amounts of milk into your body while I can. It's not even enjoyable for you, but it's the point. It's the principle.
That's it. I'll have a couple of days to recover.
All right. Well, have a good night, everyone, and I'll talk to you soon, Harry.
Appreciate it. See you, mate. Take care. Bye. Oh, that was fun. Anyway, it's good having him on. He needs to get his beauty sleep. Old grandpa. Any thoughts on bromelain, papaya? They're all proteolytic type enzymes and stuff like that. They have their place. I tend to get a different type of variety. I will do something, and I'll show you what I would aim for. So there are different types of proteolytic enzymes. I mean, if you're doing a carnivore diet, you don't really need these ones. But there are a couple of others that actually have certain types of effects on the body which are far more beneficial than just this. They actually lower inflammation. They actually help clear out scarred tissue and stuff like that. But that's a video that I will be doing in the future, covering that exact point. So I won't actually, because I don't want Frankie to actually find out and actually make a video before me. And then he'll say, it was my idea. So we can't have that. Ooh, what do I think of hormones in meat? Well, they're not hormones like the animal, like our hormones. So if you've got good gut, your stomach's fine and all that, you're not going to get proteins and stuff like that. Everything's going to be broken down to basic amino acids and fatty acids and stuff like that. And our receptors can't attach themselves to our hormone receptors. Same thing with the milk, same issue, a non-issue. If I was a cow, yes, then those hormones would have a negative effect on me, either from the milk or from the meat. But since I'm not, It has zero effect. That's a different thing altogether. Xenoestrogens, plastics and stuff like that, estrogen mimicking compounds. That's a complete different issue altogether. What I believe Daniel was talking about is actually bovine hormones that they actually inject to get bigger growth in that regard. So not an issue for us humans. Not an issue. Any hormones in animals don't have any deleterious effect on us. They just can't lock onto our receptors. So I've had so Kitty's saying I've had grain-fed Canadian raised duck and it doesn't hurt me. American grain-fed duck will make me curl up in a ball of agony. Okay, it could be the glyphosate potentially. That is nasty sort of stuff. Glyphosate is a problem because most people don't realize that glyphosate has actually been registered down as an antibiotic. So it has a tendency of causing it's the dose. If it's small amounts, it probably won't have much of an effect. Large amounts will have more disruption to your gut microbiome. And it varies between people. So, if you're more sensitive and you're potentially, will have a far worse reaction than someone else. As I said, we have varying detoxification capacities as humans. That's genetically based. And so we do react differently to certain things that are negative to our bodies. So your experience won't be my experience on the same sort of stuff. Yes, it is. Goat meat is really nice. I enjoy it. I've grown up on it, on that and lamb. And yeah, I sort of recommend it to people. So I've never noticed any differences in meat here, except for those that are in supermarkets. Could be the xeno packaging material. I don't know where you're located and whether the quality of the wrapping, they do vary between countries. So there's that factor as well. In the old days, years ago, and even now, some of the butchers, you go to the butcher and they still use wrapping paper. So it's not an issue. But in supermarkets, it's all plastic, it's all plastic cover and stuff like that, which is a problem. And there are different types of plastics. There are some that are like, much thicker plastics, and those tend to be fine, because they don't leach unless they're under temperature. Where the really thin stuff, that's where the really problem lies. So yeah, can be an issue. Had to put that up. Anyway, comment. And what about the main nutritional? It's minerals. When it comes to crustaceans, it's minerals. That's what you're getting really in comparison to meats. Percentages now I can't really off the top of my head, but it's really just minerals that are the key difference between crustaceans and red meat. And that's why I say if you've got a mineral deficiency, it's probably a good idea to have some seafood, some crustaceans in your diet in that regard. But, oops. So people are trying to work out the Discord. Fair enough. Let's see any other questions. Just quickly pop those up. Pim liked it. And see you, Jared. I'm glad I did. Told you. I'm sweet. Oh, breaks his heart. These two, what do you say? Too much, isn't it, Shell? Far too much, these two. God almighty, they carry on. Oops, overshot, come back. Probably I can't remember which one it was. Too many things. You're welcome. Must be about the hormone. It's just different, it's nothing to do with, you can inject them. You can get bovine hormones and inject them directly into your bloodstream. Your basically, receptors will not basically, they're just not the same. They just won't have any effect. Well, you will get one effect if you inject something from another species into your bloodstream. You'll get an immune response, obviously, but it's not something that will actually attach to your receptors and cause you to grow, to have any certain unusual growths or stuff like that. So don't concern yourself about that. Harry, my enzyme question was due to my constipation issues. I'm an ex-vegan trying to slowly transition to a more carnivore bit over a month, having bowel movements every few days versus daily like before. Well, at least you're on the right path. There's a lot of potential things that could be basically at play. There could be things like, if you're, when it comes to constipation, there could be, issues of SIBO. There could be issues of basically candida that can have an effect on, you really have to test for these things to really know. Otherwise, we're just speculating. There could be also, if you occasionally, between those bouts of constipation, you get some like discharges and all that. Because remember, recycling fluids and in your colon and bile, and if it's not done properly or whatever, you've got some issues down there as well that need healing, or there may be basically an issue with your liver not recycling properly. And then you may have to consider, foods that are higher in MK4, because biosynthesis and also regulation, MK4 plays a big role, which is the K2 human animal form version of vitamin K2. There is another FXR, receptor sort of pathway, which affects certain types of enzymatic processes in your liver, which also could be at play. Milk thistle tends to sort of normalize that. Alpha lipoic acid also helps. So sometimes, as I said, food is your best way to go because the liver has more alpha lipoic acid, and certain other foods. But at the same time, you may need to supplement for a short amount of period, a high dose to sort of saturate your whole body to basically normalize certain things. So exactly your best approach. These are always difficult things. The best thing you can do is fix your stomach acidity, and you can check that. Try eating certain things and see if you're burping. If you're, when you're eating animal foods, you're getting a lot of burps and stuff like that. That may be telling you don't have enough acidity. So you may have to get a HDL for a short period of time to basically fix that issue. The other thing is you can massage under your rib cage where the gallbladder is, in terms of, and sometimes even on the other side where your pancreas is, sort of massaging that and sort of giving yourself relief. If you're feeling bloated, massage those areas and you'll get better discharge. because sometimes it can take some time to get back to normal functioning of your gallbladder and pancreas. And that's where you may need proteolytic enzymes to include those in that transition. So you basically take the HDL, eat, then you basically throw in the enzymes after that, and basically allow that to sort of, and if you're getting some bloating or even headaches, because a large part of the headaches have to do with the gallbladder, just under your rib cage, put your hands there and just press on it. Don't go crazy. Just press on it, massage it, try to basically provide some relief for a couple of minutes. Sometimes that can require, and you'll notice you'll get some relief, you'll get some discharge and all that. It takes some time for that sludge, to any gallstones and sludge to sort of move. It can take sometimes a number of months, and so you may have to basically have, within your smaller window of 8 hours or whatever that you're eating, you may have to have smaller type meals initially to basically sort of manage that. And then slowly, as your digestive system starts improving and working better, then you can sort of transition to, 2 meals like I do, or Bart does 1 meal, something like that. But, it's always a problem when you're an ex-vegan coming off that. Most ex-vegans or people that have been on plant-based diets for too long, it's the old thing, you use it or lose it. If you're not using enough, you're not eating enough fat to use the bile, it starts building up as a sludge. And that's where the problem comes from. Then the doctors say, oh, you're having too much fat. It's not the fat. The problem is that's not working. And when you're throwing a lot of fat in, and at the same time, your gallbladder's not working properly, that can create problems. And usually, a sign of constipation is gallbladder dysfunction, So you need to work on that. And it can take longer because of the diet you did before. No easy solutions. Like anything, it takes time, effort, and patience. I hope that helps. And when you don't lie down, have your head rested on a pillow. So you're in a sort of you're not completely lied down, because you don't want food, because if you've eaten, you definitely don't want to lie down. You just want to be on a sort of a reclined position. If you've got a reclining seat, or maybe a couch where you can sort of be slightly reclined. So what I'm trying to say is, if you're sitting on a seat trying to do this sort of, under your rib cage, it feels less comfortable. So you want to be slightly reclined, but not too reclined, in order to do it, because you're not as sort of compressed that way, tense that way. You've loosened up a bit, so it's much easier to do in that regard, if you understand what I mean, hopefully. Yep, we all do. At the end of the day, we're all humans, and the whole reason we come here is different people. I mean, I never did a plant-based diet. That wasn't mine. Mine was just a sad diet, eating, consuming too much seed oils and stuff like that, because I thought the doctors were right, and not enough animal foods, but eating, junk food, stuff like that. That's where my issue came. That's why I probably had far less transition issues than a lot of people. When I did paleo, keto, and all that, I didn't have any of these transition issues as many other people. But what I've noticed is the majority of transition issues comes from diets where they've been heavily plant-based, which is vegan or vegetarian, and people transitioning back. It can be quite a horrendous experience from, not something that I've experienced. And about oxalates, when I was doing my keto and paleo days, I wasn't consuming enough dairy. I cut out the dairy, and so I wasn't binding some of that oxalate, but consuming too much spinach, like every morning, spinach with egg, and so I'd have basically sort of like a scrambled spinach with egg type thing, and bacon. And this is back in the sort of paleo type. And as a consequence, I just ended up with too much oxalate in my system. So I've suffered that, and I've, had 3 kidney stones. I go 3 times to hospital. Once it passed, the other twice I got surgical intervention with a laser put up through my penis and through to laser it out. So yeah, fun experience that was. So yeah, in that regard, what's this? Sperm growth hormone isn't usable by humans, but for example, estradiol would have the same effects, but isn't bioavailable orally. Well, it's, look, these things aren't different. And even when it comes, like for instance, milk, I actually did a thing with a chat with Bart ages ago, and I actually showed that basically it's not like milk or these sort of, bovine sources. It's not estradiol, it's estrone, which is a very piss poor estrogenic effect. Plus the hormone structure is completely different than the ones for humans. So not an issue, So ignore the growth hormone side, and the estrogen side is so bloody small, and it's mostly in milk is estrone, which is the weak type. It's not estradiol. And in meat, it's bugger all as well, because animals have released those hormones and they push them through their blood system. They go around, they circulate, they do whatever they do. They don't basically concentrate or store in tissue, in high amounts or anything like that. So it's bugger all. It's going to be, a couple of nanograms here or there or whatever. We produce something like 43,000 men produce nanograms per day, and women 630,000 nanograms per day. So it's an irrelevancy. It's red herring, basically. Do you like the seafood side things? Red herring? Yes, that's what it is. And most of that stuff exactly gets sorted out by the liver. Most things that need to be cleared out are cleared out by the liver. And the kidneys, the 2 prime detoxification organs in our system. I eat, so Daniel basically eats mussels most weeks. Yep, look, they're good. They're a good source for a lot of nutrients. I've recommended them in the past to a number of people in that regard. Harry, my tap water is 1,100 TDS, gives me diarrhea. I distill it, but it just makes me really thirsty when I drink it. Sparkling mineral water satiates my thirst. Why is that? The reason for tap water, distilled water tends to have slightly less deuterium compared to regular tap water. Too much tap water, but also don't consume too much. You should get most of your hydration from fat. That's where you should focus on getting your hydration, not from water. Water should be only when you need it. Even tribal societies, take the Samburu people, they find these leaves and they squash them and they get the water and they put it into an ostrich shell and basically drink it. And that's deuterium depleted, because UV radiation hits the plant and depletes, in the green part of the plant, depletes the deuterium. So the water molecules there have low deuterium levels, quite low actually. I think they're about in the 100, the low 100 type. They're even lower than actually, that water is lower than actually fat from animals, which in most cases are around 115 parts per million. Just, so, cactus has got the lowest, I believe. That's another reason why camels don't show their age, and camels live very long, healthy lives without having any diseases, for the reason They are depleting deuterium machines. So that's what the camel fat bat there is, and them actually eating a lot of cactus, which is very low in deuterium. So it's the water source, obviously. You can go and get water from high elevation. Spring water tends to be from higher elevation, and spring water has lower deuterium. So, I've never heard tap water causing diarrhea, to be honest. Maybe there's something else in your tap water that shouldn't be there. I don't know. So yeah, but on the deuterium side, that you can get issues, whether that high load of deuterium causes diarrhea. The only I'll backtrack. The only thing I can think of, this is sort of a stab in the dark, high levels of deuterium cause diarrhea. How? What's the highest carb food that's got the highest concentration of it's fruit. Fruit has the highest level of deuterium. What does fruit do when you actually consume a lot of fruit? You feel like shitting yourself. It increases the diuretic effect. So high levels it's because the body's trying to excrete, get rid of, because it's a toxin in high amounts, and so it's trying to get it out of your anus and out of and urinating it out. That's why when you hear people like Cole saying that, oh, you should be drinking your urine, he's an idiot. That is high. The concentrations of deuterium, remember I said the safe zone between 130 and 100 odd. 120s being that middle part. Well, do you know what urine has? 150, which is like refined sugar, up to 300. What potentially in some people? What's the body trying to do? Trying to get rid of it, this growth factor. So basically, it depends what you eat as well and stuff like that. So the deuterium concentration in urine is between 150, and I found it in an old study, which was, I think it was the 1958 study. I'm going to do something in the future about it. So drinking urine is not a good thing because you're adding a lot of deuterium and damaging your nanomotors. It's fucking crazy stuff, But Cole doesn't understand these things, and he's probably gone to some fucking stupid website that said it's the elixir of youth. It's not. It's going to age you. Deuterium ages you. Deuterium is a growth factor which harms you in the long run and damages the nanomotors of your mitochondria. And also high levels of deuterium in the diet actually induces some level of diarrhea effect. That's why it's the way the plant actually gets you to shit out its seeds so they can propagate. All animals that eat fruit literally shit it out in a sort of a very loose way. They scatter it in a diuretic way. So potentially the water that you're accessing may be from an environment that is high in deuterium. So that's the potential reason why. And when you distill, you probably lower it by some degree, which makes it, but even when you distill it, it still makes you thirsty because basically it's because it's depleting. Remember what I said ages ago, anything high in deuterium depletes your fluids in your body. Anything. So high deuterium stuff dehydrates you. Low deuterium stuff hydrates you. Remember, eating sugar produces 0.44 mils of metabolic water from 1 gram, which that means you're losing about 56%. So you have to put that back. Nearly more than half of the fluids coming in has to be taken out. So you're basically dehydrating yourself each time you're eating sugar. That's why you feel thirsty when you're eating too much sugar and stuff like that. But when you eat fat, you get 1.1, you get 10% extra in terms of metabolic water. That's why when you consume more fat, you basically have that, not only that satiety that women get in particular, which have bigger requirements, as I said earlier, but at the same time, you're actually getting less of that effect. So it's really I believe it's the deuterium part. High concentrations of deuterium will induce some level of diarrhea type symptoms or symptomatology, because that's what fruit does in large amounts. So I would say, spring water, it's from higher elevation, so it's slightly, because of the fractionation of the elevation, there's some level of depletion, so it's a much lower level. So I would say probably that's the high-low deuterium is probably the thing that's probably causing it. I don't know what other things you're eating in your diet that could potentially could exacerbate that. So it could be a combination, but yes, different tap water around the world does have different levels of deuterium. Some have quite high levels, and it may be just because of the way it's been dealt with, or it's coming from areas where, it wouldn't be rainwater, because any rainwater actually gets depleted to some extent. So those, aquifers under, don't have that problem. It's usually water that's like in lower type elevations that is basically held in these big, large sort of structures and ponds and stuff like that. And then how it's actually dealt with and processed, that probably they add more deuterium by just the way they actually deal with anything that gets processed tends to concentrate deuterium. So that's probably the reason for it. That's the only logical thing that I can come up with. So organic pollutants and animal foods, what I think, they're not a good thing. But our body does have differing genetic capacity to deal with them. So somebody like me who has high detoxification pathway genes probably can deal with them much better than somebody that doesn't. So they're going to be varied sort of effects. As I said, if you can afford, because it's all nuanced, you can afford it and you can actually avoid these, pollutants, that's the best thing you can do, So ultimately try and keep away from these. They do have endocrine disrupting effects. And, as I said, when you can actually take things like boron that helps, like a supplement, that can help in these sort of, these anti sort of estrogenic type effects. There are other chelating agents you can actually take as well. But why go to the expense of taking all these other things if you're just better to avoid the food in the first place? So, try and source as much as possible clean sources of food, and try and find out about the sourcing. Really important. I know I sound like a broken record, but it's really important to find out the sourcing, because if you've got good sourcing, then you don't have to mitigate all these things, with chelators and this and that and whatever else. It's all expensive, costs money. So it's better to avoid having to go down that path. Vegans eat massive volumes of food. It stretches their guts out. Most ex-vegans talk about going off veganism and their poops taking days to happen. Slowly they improve over time. That's true, but it's a lot of factors, to try and get everything working again. Probably Necrokitty probably knows from her own experiences that it does take time. Fasting as well, which is another thing that people need to know. If you do prolonged fasts and stuff like that, that does actually, pull the gut together, your stomach, because these things, if you're pushing a lot of stuff through, they will expand. If you're pushing less stuff through, they will contract over time. So so have that in mind as you're strategizing the best way to transition yourself. So always keep those little things in mind. And I've overshot again. Fantastic. Oops. We go to the bottom and I'll cruise back and find my spot. Okay. And I agree, it takes time to heal. Exactly. It does take time to heal. That's true. I can't remember seeing stools with meat in them ever in my life. Yeah, look, it's always the fruit. But look, you will, in early days, as there is malabsorption issues and stuff like that, there will be more of that meat that will end up in your colon fermenting, so you will get more of that. And as things heal, as things improve, the other thing is, if you want to heal your gut much faster, I'd put myself into a ketotic state, and I would look at doing a keto carnivore more than anything else, because that's going to increase, by 18% your your short chain fatty, your ketones, which, the beta hydroxybutyrate being the primary one, and that will help your colonocytes, sort of get that extra nutrition they need and all that. I would also consider connective tissue, bone broths and stuff like that, more glycine, gelatin, and things like that. Remember, if you're actually adding gelatin has a lot of copper, so you better make sure you're balancing it out properly with things like zinc, type foods, like probably throw in a couple of oysters and stuff like that now and then, or some shellfish that have got that basically mussels, no, because they're high in things like oysters, that. So it's true, I can't remember. Yep, that was the other one. Next one. You're welcome, mate, in that regard. Look, the problem with gallbladder flushes and stuff like that is that they can be a problem. The other thing is, with apple cider vinegar, everybody I would go with HDL. I wouldn't go with apple cider vinegar. Apple cider vinegar doesn't have as low an acidity that your stomach requires, and it can actually dilute your acidity in your stomach. So I would not use apple cider vinegar. I would use HDL type, so to really push, because remember, H. pylori and things like Candida and H. pylori, they can actually inhibit the production of acid. So you're trying to basically cleanse your stomach. So you really need to push up the acid, like having, 5 or 6 tablets before, really increasing the acidity of your stomach. So in order to kill a lot of that off, and as you kill a lot of that off, you're going to feel a bit discomfort, especially with Candida. But what you're doing eventually is you're suppressing it. You can't eliminate these things. They're part of your body. But what you do is you suppress them to a level where they're no longer behaving in a dysfunctional way. And so as a consequence, then your acidity is proper, then you're flushing out properly, and keep the exercise up. The problem with the flushes is that what will happen is, when you do that, you'll end up losing a lot of bile and not reabsorbing it from these flushes. So you'll have to, if you're going to do flushes, you've got to actually replace back the bile. So you may have to get bile salt, those sort of bile salts, bovine sort of bile salts and stuff like that, to basically replenish that part as you're doing these flushes, in that regard. And they're not very successful. Some you may, it depends. It's a hit and miss with flushes. It's not a, sort of just getting that to work, and the movement, and sort of massaging those sort of areas, just to basically have the sort of gallbladder to sort of discharge, and properly. Over time it will start clearing out. It takes time. If you've built up that stuff, it will take time to clear out. And flushes can create all sorts of malabsorption, imbalances, and reabsorption, because from the colon you need to reabsorb it back. And if you're not reabsorbing it properly because of the flushing effect, then you have to put it back. It's basically fix the stomach, fix the liver, massage that part to sort of cause the discharges and stuff like that, and that will over time sort itself out, heal itself. And I would probably go and do an ultrasound just to see what my gallbladder state was in. So because knowledge is power. When you know what state it is in, then you can basically much easier strategize how you're going to go about it. And if you know much better where you're at, come back to me on another live feed and say, this is what I've learned. How should I approach it in the best way? So I hope that gives you some food for thought. Thanks, Shelley. Yep. It's a comment from Shelley. Another comment there. I can imagine. I can see. Oh, there's another one there. How did I miss that one? Where's that one? Oops. Overshot. You can't help yourself, can you? Oh, don't freeze. Hold on. Thought for a moment there it was going to freeze. Oh. You're a bad boy, isn't he? He's been watching too many bad movies. Kiddies, do not look at what Luke looks at. I better save that. That's for next week for Jared, because he'll enjoy that. He'll get a bit of fun out of that one. Oops! Oh, don't go away. There's the other one. I need to save this one. This is the gift file, and that will be the milk thing. That will be the milk. It'll be like waterboarding. It'll be the milk boarding of Jared. So I'll keep that as well. Okay, so where are we? I've lost track. He's a bad boy. Oh, no more mischief? Damn. See you, mate. Thanks for the humour. That's well water. Some of the well water near uranium mining. Well, things like uranium isotopes and stuff like that, they tend to be higher, tend to have an effect on the sort of deuterium concentrations and the isotopes that you get. So, but obviously uranium is a thing in itself, in that regard. Yeah. You're not in the most friendliest part of the world. God. You said southern Texas? Avoid it in terms of health? Probably got a lot of petrochemical jobs down there, so that's probably helped some people. And there's nothing wrong with petrochemical jobs. Good night, mate. I'll just cycle through some of these. See him. Drink mostly bottled, sparkling. Yep. Probably safer considering your water supply. And what does Pim say? Bart. B sets in the world. He's so smart. I shouldn't leave my PC unattended. You shouldn't. You should never leave your PC unattended with Bart around. Dangerous. Haven't you learnt? You've been with him for so long. You should know better. No, it's daytime here. It's nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They are 2 hours ahead. So it's about, maybe be preparing his meal. That's what it is. Sort of, that's right, the meat, remember? He actually said about the meat. So it's definitely about the meat. So this is Bart. Must be Bart. Remember the thing like the what was it? The one with Braveheart. I'm more prettier than this guy. I like to say that. I should have held a sword when I said it. Yes, very naughty Bart. I think that there'd be a few women on this that would love to see that. Probably a few men as well. We're working down the clock. We've got another, 47, around about 46 minutes to go before my live stream runs out of time. So we can still go. We can still ask questions and have a bit of humour as well. That's fine. Better drink a bit of milk just to keep me going. I need my energy. That's nice. I think there'd be people willing to pay money for that. Yes, it definitely would be. Now, anything about the What was that? She's the only one that can calm the little beast. Yep. I don't think there's anyone else on this planet that could. Oops. Let me just give me a sec. I need a rain down here. What the heck? I forgot I was going to do something. I better do it now while I'm in the process. Probably. It's raining cats and dogs out there. It's only a matter of time. They'll haul me away. All I can say is, where's Luke to save me? Guess what I just did? Somebody just became a moderator. Blank. See, I told you I should be cooking for the afternoon. It's all that meat, remember? Birthday. It's the birthday meat surprise. Guinea pigs. No, not guinea pigs. She's going to close the window. Yes, young. You can imagine it when he was a kid, young Bart. God, he'd be a handful for his mother. Poor mother. I was just as bad. You know, God, my poor mother. As a young kid, when I was in my crib, I used to hit my crib and push it across the, the actual floor, and my mother could actually hear it as the crib was going across. I suspect Bart was doing exactly the same thing. Not the guinea pig. These Texan girls, oh God almighty, their little cowboy hats and their guinea pigs, and oh God. It's good to see you, mate. Please ask me a question. We've still got 43 minutes to have some serious questions. No, I was bad. I used to actually, all my toys that I got, I used to pull them apart. I wanted to work out how they actually worked, so I still got that sort of mentality. And my mother was just, she gave up. And then I would try to glue them together and put them back together. And yes, I was a handful. Let's put it that way. My poor mum had to put up with a lot. But then again, there can be worse. That's true, Pim. There can be worse. Some that don't grow out of childhood. We won't. He's a birthday kid today, so we won't make any other comments. Well, boys and girls, that's another Bart thing. I just stole that from Bart. Yeah, that's true. He definitely isn't. You gotta laugh. Well, guys, any question, please? Well, that's the end of the milk. That was nice. Doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be anything, dietary. Any other question, whether it's about the virus or whether it's any other related things like that. So, oops, it is slowing down for whatever reason. Whose crackpottery was of the highest order today? Hey, that's a consultation thing. Email me. It doesn't count. Yes, it's one of those consultancy questions. Do you want to come on, Bart? I'll send you a link. I'll do that right now. Might as well turn into a bit of a comedy fest. And away it goes. Oops, refresh. Got some of the natives excited. He's nearly there. We're waiting for him. I think he's going to do a Jared, stay on for a short amount of time and then go for the food. So Kitty was actually trying a roast. Actually, I've actually got a g'day, mate.
Hi.
Good to see you.
And you, my man, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah, we're having a bit of an exciting time.
Yes,
a few jokes and all that.
I see. Let me just sort out this. You don't want to be looking at that. You want to be looking at that one. That's what you want to see. And
That's it.
And that can go away. There we go. Look. So yeah, thanks for having us on. Well, that's interesting. The auto white balance. I've left the auto white balance selection on my. Harry, I've got a new 4K camera. Is what's happened.
Okay.
And rather than turning the automatic white balance on, you've got to turn it off, which I haven't done. So whatever.
Ask him why you didn't ask my question. You had it on the screen.
Well, come and ask him yourself. Come around and ask him right now. Look here. Look. Here's the microphone. Yeah. Oh. There goes the beer.
You're so
Shit.
clumsy. Harry, why didn't you answer my question on the screen?
Which question?
You might have to go and have a look through your comments, Harry, to find it now.
Oh, which did I miss?
I wanted to know what that's on the plate.
She wants to know what's on the plate behind you.
The 10-minute thing. Yeah, I put that up. I said that Bart's probably going to do a Jared online, having his steak.
Yeah, dinner's just about done. It's nearly done. Yeah, so there you have it, really, in a nutshell.
No, it was funny today with the old, Bart-Kay.
Oh my word! I tell you what, he was not ready for that, was he? Remotely.
No, he wasn't. You could see he was trying to, and then he wanted to stay in character, and it was just like you could imagine in his mind, brain fogged and going, "What do I do? What do I do?
What's happened? That's not my plan. What's happened?" He was like a rabbit in the headlights. It was so funny. Oh my word. That was fun.
Just looking at it from a distance, just so damn funny. I just was killing myself laughing on this.
Oh no, I enjoyed myself tremendously with that. That was good fun. It was almost as much fun as watching his original performance, which was pretty good.
Exactly.
You've got to give it to him. It was.
Oh, look,
phenomenal.
it is. I'll be honest. I've actually gone over and actually checked a couple. So yeah, look, he's a lot of fun.
Yeah. All right. Pim wants to know what that ice cream looking thing behind your shoulder is on the bench behind you. That
Over
thing.
there.
Yeah.
That is actually a candle made
it's a candle.
It's made of honey.
All right.
So it's the beeswax type candle.
Yeah.
So there's no chemicals or anything like that.
All right. So it's not vegan then.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. So what did you think of the tactics this morning that were employed on this defense? Did you like it? Did you see exactly what I was doing?
Exactly. Perfect.
The
and they would have been.
The very second I came on, Logan was like, "Where's your glasses?" And I'm like, "You're fucked, aren't you, son? You're on your back foot before
Exactly.
you start." All I had to do was take my glasses off and put some fucking contacts in, and he was fucked.
That's it. And the thing is, even for his own followers, can you imagine? They would have been, because they've already had a certain view, and now he's caught in that role.
Yep.
He can't advocate for them.
Yep.
And you're basically hitting all the points going right through, and I'm just going, this is fucking hilarious.
And he has to sit there and go, good.
Absolute magic, mate. The way it happened,
Hilarious.
He literally just fell into his own trap.
Yep. Oh, fuck, that was fun. Yeah, good.
Did you hear the other thing that Pim actually asked you to inquire about?
What's that?
The Frank version.
Oh God, no, I missed that entirely.
Can you imagine that? God Almighty!
Well,
that would be playing with fire.
Yeah. So, if you read through the live transcript, which I've done subsequently because I'm such a narcissist, of course, you read through the transcript on Logan's channel as people were watching at the time and commenting. Basically, they were all like, "Oh my God, Chris is getting his ass handed to him here. He's getting owned. He's getting absolutely destroyed. Oh my God, what's happening?" The butt hurt was just incredible. Yeah. So there you go. On three more new flavors of cunt today, and their ideas.
Exactly.
There you go.
But the good thing about it is also that some of his followers, they would have looked at that. I mean, I go and post things on vegan sites all the time, and there is the occasional time somebody will read that and go, "This makes logical sense." They're not completely brainwashed.
Yeah.
And at that moment, they have a like their own epiphany.
Yeah.
And they sort of gravitate away from that, which, and I think there's probably going to be a few people, not only that the sort of that his ass was handed to him. But on top of that, they'll go, hold on, these are the arguments we've heard.
Yeah.
And this guy's actually putting the arguments and going, well, and so they would have looked at that and they would have gone, they would have thought twice. And that nitrogen 15 argument was really nice. That literally just disabled him completely, and it went nowhere. And I always say, because they get their little bits, and then they like to basically magnify those little bits of nothingness. Is it their approach? And I usually say to them, hold on, we've got from multiple sites in the world bones over multiple millions of years, and basically they all show similar characteristics. So even if you had some of them that were basically affected because of some contamination or whatever, you can't have all of them. You can't have it both ways. So at the end of the day, the totality, just swamps the small amounts of possible discrepancies, and that just literally kills their whole argument, because it's like they're looking for the needle in the haystack, which is just nonsense. It's the minor things, but yeah, the way you led him down the garden path, that was just beautiful, mate. That was just magic. Perfect. Congrats.
All right.
Did well.
So, thank you. I will have to race and have some tea now, I think.
Yeah, you go away. Enjoy your birthday.
Thank you very much. I will do that. Thank you for your support ongoingly, and of course into the future. Yep. Do tune in tomorrow for my premiere. I am going to absolutely crucify Neil Barnard tomorrow.
Nothing like one of the famous crackpots.
Yeah. This guy is one of the worst, and I've given him the full Bart-Kay persona performance. He gets called every different flavor there is in this video. And as I say, it might be one of my last videos where I'm playing that character. So we'll see what happens going forward.
Can't be the last one. It can't be the last one.
I'm not saying I'm never going to swear again. That's not what I'm saying at all.
God, that wouldn't be Bart-Kay.
No, I'm just saying I'm signposting a slightly different direction in terms of how I'm going to present overall, given the growth of numbers and where it looks like it could go.
Yeah, so that's true. I mean, sometimes you got to balance things.
Yeah. All right. Better race, Harry. Cheers very much, son. Have a good
Thanks, mate. Take care. See you. Enjoy your birthday day.
Will do.
See you.
Thanks, mate. Yep.
Bye. Hey, back to being told food is ready. Get here now. Well, God almighty. So, now back to the regular show. Whoever hasn't liked or subscribed, please do. I would appreciate that. We've still got about a half an hour to go until I run the time down, and so hit me with more questions, guys. Anything. They don't have to be necessarily serious ones either, but they can be also non-related to diet or other things as well, Oh, it's gone. Yeah, I know. Bart has the comedy, Yeah, I know. We're struggling, aren't we, today? What is it? You guys have been having indiscretions and getting some brain foggers at it. That explains everything. Such disappointments. Well, come on, guys. Even a small little question will do. What's Necro asking? What do you think about synthetic fibers in clothes versus natural ones? I would say I would go with the natural ones because your body breathes better and it's much healthier for your skin. Synthetic ones also cause irritation, and also remember your skin is an organ, so it can absorb things from the environment. And a lot of these synthetics have got, petrochemical products, and they can be xenoestrogenic, plus just putting some strain on your liver and detoxification systems. So I would say I would avoid them, and I would stick to natural fibers for both the reasons of the body breathing and the body not being affected deleteriously, or the skin part, which it goes then beyond that point. It's lockdown fog. Yeah, probably is. Yeah, I'd agree. It's probably, definitely. When you're caged in your home for too long, you'll go fucking mad. When do you think the virus shit is going to be over? Hard to say. It's going to vary from country to country, depending on how they approach it. So, and whether there's any medications that appear that may help. I would say stick to good nutrition, vitamin D from the sun primarily if you can, and support your redox potential by eating foods that are higher in B3, and also, sort of trying to do things that don't stress you, that, like breathing exercises, some yoga, some stuff like that. All that will help to improve your immune system, your immune function. Avoid sugars, obviously, that's a given for our community. And look, it's only a matter of time before it's going to be over. I don't think it's going to be for extremely long period of time, like some people are saying 18 months and stuff like that. No, I think the worst of it will be over the next 6 months in most countries, but it can vary from country to country. Yeah, you guys are number one. I've been telling you need to stop trying to be number one at everything. Your own fault. But yeah, look, it's putting the comedy aside. It is a concerning time for all of us in that regard. I would say take care as much as possible, and he's a fucking moron, and he's a psychopath. Fucking hates most other people, and he's a control freak. So no different than Steve Jobs. They're both the same. They put the persona on that they're nice people, but they're not. They're real nasty pricks. If you ask people that have worked for them, that's what they'll tell you. And yeah, these are the sort of crackpots that basically really want to control society for their own interests. Yeah, they're the worst of the elites. No, I haven't, actually, to be honest. Maybe one day, but now with a full-time job and other things, I don't have the time, but maybe at some point in the future, I will consider it. What do you say about electrolyte ratios, salt, potassium, and magnesium ratios? Look, if you're eating food, I mean, I've mentioned before about potassium, which it should be 1.5 in the sort of the amount of calories your body requires. So for somebody that's sort of an average around the 70 kilo range or whatever, it's about 2,300 these are around there 2,300, I would say. If somebody's bigger, obviously they probably need a bit more. Some have an opinion that potassium should be at 1.8. I sort of believe at the lower end to be at the safer. Too much potassium is always a problem. Sodium, I've got no problems with sodium. As long as you're on a low insulin diet, sodium is not an issue. Excess will be excreted from the body. If you're on a high insulin diet, that's when sodium and water retention happens and high blood pressure happens because of insulin. But if your insulin isn't that high, magnesium, it depends on what you're eating. If you're burning through, if you're stressed, or you're doing a lot of physical exercise, or you're basically eating too many carbs, you'll require higher levels of magnesium. If you're not, you won't require as much. What you get from the animal foods, it will be more than sufficient. So, you can create imbalances by supplementing. Our ancestors never supplemented; they just ate real animal foods and never had an issue. So, keep that in mind. If you're concerned, something like the snake juice diet. I don't even use the snake juice. I just put some sodium, some salt into my water. Just drink salt water. That's my approach. Because if you've got enough sodium in the system, it actually prevents the flushing out of potassium, even when insulin is low. So it's always prioritize salt rather and potassium. Get it from the diet. So I think the only time people, when they're transitioning, they may require, because an electrolyte, getting electrolytes. I would just use electrolytes. Why bother trying to make your own? Just buy electrolytes that are flavorless, that have got no sugar or anything like that. Use them as a transition thing, and then once you've transitioned, get those minerals from the diet. And the highest mineral sources are in things like crustaceans and seafood. Have got much higher levels than ruminants. But plenty of people have been eating very low levels of crustaceans. I agree. He does suck. There's another rich cunt. Anyway, sorry about using that sort of language. I watched him yesterday. He was smirking the entire time. Yeah, he's a psychopath. He's up himself. Yeah, his computer viruses, exactly. He doesn't really understand it. These people just jump out when people are vulnerable and all that. These so-called benefactors pop out and tell us how they would love to save us and all that. And this is when they insert their own garbage. You have to understand the way these people operate is they use part of the truth and then they insert their own propaganda. That's how they operate. That's how they work. So that's how they disarm people. It's an old thing. Look, I've been in politics youngster, and the way I used to disarm my opponents was in a very similar way. Things that were in agreement, I'd throw that and then I'd put my own stuff in there. So it's not a new tactic. People have been using this approach as propagandas for years. And and the other thing they do is, which I did as well, I'm guilty as a youngster, I did a lot of this sort of thing. I'd find a weakness in a person's argument and then I would nail them on that, discredit them as much as possible, and then I would put my argument. So these are traditional methods of propaganda. People that basically want to have a serious, proper conversation with people, have an honest conversation saying, well, I know about these things. Like you hear with me, I'm a no bullshit type person. I know about these things. I can answer that. That I'm not sure. This is what I've learned. These things seem to work in that regard. These people don't operate on that level. They operate on a clearly political approach, which is basically, I've got an agenda which I want to push. There's a whole lot of people out there that are scared of this. So I'll combine my agenda with that thing that's real, that nobody can dispute, but I'll combine it. And that's how they piggyback on people's concerns, and they insert these other things. Oh, to keep you safe, we'll need to put a chip inside you or do this or that. No, you don't. You know, I just need to isolate myself or be given, the appropriate food to basically keep myself safe and healthy. But they won't tell you that. They want to insert their own stuff. And that's how they operate. And so when you hear people talk about things and then they're inserting all these so-called solutions that seem really that they're trying to control you, that's when you need to be concerned, Look, snake juice is fine. I've got no problems with it. But I don't use it, I just use salt water because I get enough in my own food. Occasionally what I do is I'll use cream of tartar, and I'll actually combine that cream of tartar in a soup or something like that, and I'll have that, and so I'll add a bit of potassium in there, but I'll put a bit more sodium because that's like repleting myself once a week. People do it in different ways. I'm wary of actually overloading my body with things that are not coming from the food themselves, because that's not what humans did naturally. And I think that when when I did that in the past, trying to work out my ratios and trying to work out without food and adding this, I actually got myself into trouble with heart palpitations and things like that. And I realized that, as a person, let the body regulate that. I can't regulate it myself, So I was getting into trouble. And when I got rid of this stuff, I just stuck to the salt water occasionally when I'm sweating, and when I'm not requiring, I'm trying to get more from my food, the nutrition. My body seems to be able to find its homeostasis and sort of balances itself out. Because naturally you wouldn't do these things. So, I'm a bit wary of really doing that sort of stuff. Look, you can actually do that. What I do is I immerse myself in, like humans would have actually immersed themselves in water, seawater and all that. And you actually will absorb a lot of minerals that way. But actually, what are the two highest sources in basically in seawater? It's calcium, and sodium. So they're the big electrolytes, the big ones. There's not much of potassium. There's not much of the other stuff in comparison to those two. Now, you don't want excess, but also you don't want the other ones basically overwhelming these two. So naturally, cells over the last billions of years in water environment where we evolved in seawater, that's what is the key thing. If you take a look, when you go into a hospital, if you're dehydrated, what do the doctors give you? A saline solution. They don't give you a potassium solution. They don't give you a magnesium solution. They give you a saline solution. In many cases, by taking things out of whack, sometimes creates a lot of these problems. And rather it being a magnesium or potassium deficiency, it can be. Don't get me wrong, it can be. But it's usually the imbalances that we cause by basically going overboard on these things. So you've got to be very careful. He is. Didn't know that. That explains a lot of things. If he is. But I don't know. Oh, so he's a plant-based. Yeah, okay. So probably he's vegetarian, a bit like Arnold Schwarzenegger and stuff like that. Yeah. Exactly. You soak in seawater and see how amazing it is for your body. So all life on Earth originates from seawater. So it's basically beef broth too. It's driving me nuts. Yeah, look, I basically do like having the occasional like Epsom salts sort of bath, and that's really good. That really soothes the body. I probably do it once a month. Just get in the bathtub, just put a whole container load, and just soak myself in it. And my body, any excess that it absorbs, it'll store. And once it's stored it, basically it's there available for the body to use. Because the body doesn't have it in circulation. You know, it will excrete any excess and store whatever it needs. So it's that easy. It's not complicated. I think we do ourselves a disservice when we try and actually think that we can supplement our way to health. We can't. You know, it's eating in a sensible way, real foods that really make the difference that I've found in that regard. So keep that in mind. Don't complicate things too much, guys. A lot of people do complicate things. And there are transitional issues when you're transitioning. If you're yo-yoing, what I call carnivore yo-yoing is when you're including things that have rapid insulin spiking effects, like people having cheats or too many cheats. These can cause imbalances as well. So keep that in mind. You know, maybe you're more susceptible to those indiscretions. So maybe they're not a good idea. I heard you correctly. You're prescribing the ocean water. As I said, I don't know whether Bill Gates is a vegan or vegetarian. I've got no idea whether he is. I know that he supports plant-based type things, but beyond that, you know, details, I'm not really interested in the guy, to be honest, in that regard. And I'm not prescribing ocean water. I'm just saying that there are benefits from ocean water. And also you can actually get like a container, and you can put Epsom salts in the container, put your legs in them. So that's another way. So you don't need to have a bath tub. You know, if you've got a shower in your home, basically just get you can get one of those sort of large type buckets, you know, the sort of the wide ones, which has sort of got a bit of height. Put water and Epsom salts in that, and rest your legs in it. You know, so that's another way, of doing it. So there are many different ways. I mean, because you may be very far away from an ocean, which you can't get access. There's a lot of limitations. I understand that. I'm not, just giving you a number of different options. Good for you. But at the end of the day, a lot of us have jumped on the Coles bandwagon and many other things. And I think that if you can try and get it from food, it's much better than, I mean, seafood is very rich, especially crustaceans, very rich in minerals. There are other solutions. I mean, if I was going to recommend anything to people, I would recommend like something which is like a colloidal mineral. So that is got all the trace minerals, and they get it basically from plants that are at a surface, just below the surface, that are rotten over years and years, and they've actually concentrated all these minerals, and they basically make it into a fluid, and you can basically have like a teaspoon of that. You can put it in water, mix it, and drink it if you want it that way. And that's another way of getting a number of trace minerals. And if you're doing that every day, and you're getting enough sodium to keep from losing minerals, because the biggest problem is when you've got lower insulin, your body initially, and especially if it's going through these cycles, because there are a lot of things that can affect women, especially women with their hormonal cycles as well. that can affect basically their dumping of fluids. So that can mean more mineral loss as well. There are so many factors that are at play. So I've always said that the way women's bodies work is very different in many aspects than male bodies, and so you've got to take that into account as well. So yeah, they are really good. I mean, I've been using them now for years, and it's probably the one thing that I've noticed. I don't get any cramps or stuff like that because I use Epsom salts. So I think they're great value. Yeah, the ocean's just right there. I'm very close. It's basically I can walk 25-minute walk, brisk walk, and I'm on the waterfront. And if I walk for an hour, I'm on the beach. So, and that's walking, not driving, just walking. That's how close it is. So yeah, but yeah, sometimes it's, yeah, if you've got family, you're not going to move, so you've got to look at alternatives. So for kitty, so Necro Kitty, ocean isn't close to me, but it's close to where I shop for food. Okay. So I wish I could just fill a bucket with ocean water and take it home with me. I suspect it will smell after a while. Yeah, I suspect so. Well, it's still, because it's got a lot of sodium and all that. It's and minerals. It tends to be quite sterile in that regard, as long as you don't have other particulates in. Yeah, look, I think Epsom salts are really good value. I mean, people have been using them. Like, I know that my father, coming from the mountainous regions, a lot of people in the mountainous regions swear by Epsom salts and stuff like that. So they've used them, and a number of people. I mean, my mother used to use them as well. So yes, we're all, well, I'm not. I live even closer. So yeah, it's just one of those things. I used to, as a youngster, where I lived in city, it was quite a war. It was, how far was it away from the ocean, from the sea, from the Mediterranean when I was in Greece? To the south, it was 40 kilometres. To the west, how far away was it? 10 kilometres to the airport. It's about 25 kilometres west. And I occasionally did it. Used to get on my bicycle and sort of, ride all the way there. So, yips. Harry, any thoughts on no FAP semen retention? What do you mean what's no FAP? I'm too old, I'm 54. It's a term that I have never heard of. No FAP. What is that? Showing my age, aren't I? Trying to work out what it is. No FAP is. No, that's a website. Oh, the benefits. Okay. So porn addiction recovery. Okay. Porn frequency ejaculation. Do men like lose nutrients this way? Damage to the parasympathetic nervous system and overproduce sex hormones. Look, some of those questions I have no fucking idea in that regard about, I mean, I heard, look, in terms of the sort of recovering from too much porn or stuff like that, I have heard that people become less sensitized. And so it can take some time just eliminating the porn for a long time, like a couple of months, in order to, sort of lose that thing. So that's one thing. There is lactobacillus rhamnosus is another one that actually increases sperm count, as it's one of the lactobacillus. So you can actually get that in a large amount. That will increase your sperm quite a bit. I have experimented; it does work. General, good nutrition is zinc. Zinc's really important. Cholesterol, zinc, selenium, good thyroid function, which is iodine and stuff like that. So all those things, the classical stuff that we would gravitate towards, healthy reproductive capacity that people on a carnivore diet would do, and all that. But in terms of frequency and stuff like that, I just do those things either with my partner or with my hand when I sort of feel, but I'm not constantly sort of like a jackrabbit. But then again, I was a bit like that when I was younger. So there again, I'm showing my age. But yeah, hold on. So what was that? No fap just means no masturbating. Oh, okay. Is that what it means? Okay. No idea. You learn something every day. There you go. Yeah, like excessive, you could cause a lot of, let's say, either for women, masturbating on their clitoris, or men on their penis. Obviously, exerting too much pressure on those organs can cause irritation, can cause some inflammation, can cause some issues, including pleasure. So, overdoing it's probably not the best idea. But at the same time, it's in any way incredibly harmful. Yep. So, but I would say that good nutrition would support a lot of this sort of stuff in that regard. So let's just cycle through some of these. That was about the other one, previous one. Oops. In a spray bottle. Never tried it. Maybe you could spray your whole body in a diluted form. I've never tried it, but that was that one. Let me move beyond that. People think that I've got masturbation on my mind constantly. Okay. No, Simmons made look. Your body requires, in order, cholesterol, zinc, all these, boron, all these things actually help. So if you're getting good nutrition from animal foods, you will get this. But there are some bacteria that also play a role. See, these things will support the general functioning. So an animal-based diet will give you good levels of zinc, selenium, all these things. But the ultimate way of actually getting high levels of semen is basically from lactobacillus rhamnosus, is one of those bacteria components you can actually get. I have used it. and it does increase. But the problem is you have to get a good quality one and have it on an empty stomach, and basically, yeah, and it tends to basically increase. So that's the one. Yeah, 26. Oh no, don't do that. So that's the one we're talking about. So it's effects on spermogenesis, as it's called. So bone marrow and in spermocytes. And it's called Lactobacillus rhamnosus. So that's the one you want. Let me just increase it in size. So that's the one you want. Okay. But I don't recommend specific types of. But at the end of the day, you know, I mean, that may give you, but the quality of the sperm, it's not the quantity, but the quality of the sperm also is dependent on, you know, your nutrition. So you can still have more production of sperm, but, you know, if that's your thing. But at the end of the day, quality of the sperm for reproductive success, that's a concern as well, is good quality foods, zinc, cholesterol, choline, all the sort of stuff you get in animal foods, is definitely copper. All these things play a role in that regard. But that goes also for female reproductive health, good nutrition, all that. They just don't need this bacteria, but this bacteria has other benefits as well. So, you know, but it obviously doesn't increase sperm for women, doesn't exist. Whether it does anything else, got no problems. He sounds like a sex addict, doesn't he? Yeah. Oh, well, nothing wrong with that. I used to be a sex addict when I was a young kid. I don't know how old he is. If he's my age, I'm jealous. I don't know whether lecithin will do it as supplements, whether what effect that has. The thing that I do know is that that specific strain of bacteria has these benefits. So, you know, maybe, don't know. Still younger than me by 20 years. Look, I was a bit like a jackrabbit back then, you know, so yeah. You eventually, when you get to 50, in 20 years' time, you'll end up more like me. Well, you never know. Maybe you're, you know, yeah. I can tell you stories about my father in his older age, and I'm going, oh shit. So yeah, depends on the person. Let me put it that way. It definitely is. What do you think all the veg tards, basically, like all those religious veg-tards tried to put people on, cornflakes and stuff like that, like Kellogg's and people like that, because they wanted to reduce your urges, your sexual urges. A plant-based diet will definitely blunt your sexual urges. An animal-based diet would definitely increase your sexual urges and also, put, lead in your pencil, so to speak. For men and women, it'll actually, increase the satisfaction of the sexual experience in that regard. But precisely, mate. Definitely, we'll outlive these veg-tards every single time. They can't reproduce, let alone their health is going to hell in a handbasket. So yeah, it's pretty much not going anywhere in that regard. But as I said to people, there's and remember, what's Lactobacillus rhamnosus that increases spermogenesis? It's an acid-loving bacteria. What does an animal-based diet produce? Good acidic stomachs that function properly and your body works properly. So, your stomach needs to be acidic. Your blood is a different thing, and other parts of your body are a different thing. There's not one pH. There's a pH for different parts of your body. But the digestive tract needs a low pH. And that's where these type of beneficial bacteria do their magic in that sort of environment. How could a freaking vegetarian male ever produce enough semen, on such a deficient and poor diet that doesn't even support a microbiome that is healthy for that person? And if you take a look, the vegetarians are always saying, that moronic roid beast hench. What does he always say? If I eat more fiber, I'm going to get all these so-called beneficial bacteria. I'm going, no, you're not. Prevotella increases interleukin-6, which is an inflammatory marker. So when you have excess Prevotella in your gut, you're actually increasing inflammation. It's proven science. I've got a comment on my discussion part. Anybody can go there about the myths and falsehoods of veganism, which I've posted on my discussion thing towards the bottom. And the sort of the bifidobacteria, the other ones that are increased when you're eating animal foods, actually reduce inflammation. So while we don't understand everything about the gut microbiome, the things that get increased on an animal-based diet and decreased on an animal-based diet seem to be very beneficial in terms of inflammatory interleukins that are upregulated in the system. So I would say we've got some evidence. Yes, we don't have everything, but that will happen with time in that regard. Well, like a lot of things, it takes time for these things to come out. But I think we will be good for you. I've got the same experience. It definitely does. Dairy's great. Raw dairy, if you can get it. I mean, I think you're accessing that same sort of raw dairy that I'm accessing as well. I hope you are, which is really good. It's got all the enzymes and stuff like that. Really good for, as I've always said, I believe in basically a rich type of variety of animal foods. I don't believe that any human society has ever survived on basically a steak-only diet. I believe that basically we need to actually have seafood in there. We need to have, different things, some organ meats, not excessive, because even, that they would have cut small little bits and handed out to the tribe of organ meat. So you would have got a small little, super vitamin. That's what it would have been. And, it's another way of you getting liver, cooking it, cutting into small pieces, putting it in the fridge, and just having it now and then, small bits. Or you can have one meal, allow the body to basically store whatever it's not going to use at that moment. How you do it is your business. You're adults, you know how to, if you're eating species appropriate, you're not going to have an issue. That's the key thing. Anyway, guys, I have to cut it here because we're about to lose the feed. I'm getting to the time where I can't broadcast anymore. So with the StreamYard, I'm nearly finished my quota for this month. So thanks, for being here. Take care. Look after yourselves, and see you next week. Bye now. See yous.